Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the conference More Than Color into Grey of the INDUCCI project. My name is Ina Metalidis, and I will be your guide for the morning program. We will dive into the topic of cultural and creative industries as a game changer for industrial regions. Very exciting. But before we do so, I would like to share some practical information with you. Because I take a look at the program, and I can imagine that some questions will pop in your mind while listening to the speakers. So please share those questions with us. The people at home can use the chat box, and the people present here with us can scan the QR code or go to the link which is shown on the screen. And while you're doing that, please also put your phones on silent mode so we don't disturb the speakers. That being said, I give the word to Mr. Erwin de Bruin, CEO of Stebo, and Mr. Søren Oele, who is the CEO of the Economic Development Corporation Chemnitz, lead partner of the project. The stage is yours.
Thank you, Ina. Welcome, everybody, for this exciting final conference of the project of INDUCCI, bringing cultural and creative industries in the relation to industrial and post-industrial regions and sites. We have about 100 participants today, which is great, virtually and physically here in the room all together. So very welcome. And this place is we have chosen this place, the former site of the Philips manufacturing fabric, and because it was closed down 20 years ago, and it completely reinvented itself. And at this moment, there are more jobs, and that will be explained further on in the conference. At this moment, more jobs than there were ever before during this manufacturing time. But the jobs, of course, they changed of character from blue-collar jobs to brain jobs with high added value, with a lot of indirect jobs as a consequence. And this site, together with the Ford company site, former Ford company sites, and of course with the 7 mining sites, they really changed and have formed our landscape, our society in Limburg, which is the province that we are hosting now, and Hasselt is the capital of Limburg. And these great industrial sites, they all changed. They were the graves of Industry 1.0 or Industry 2.0, but they became the cradles of new economy. And CCI, which is partly here and also in the other sites, creative and then cultural industries, they replaced this industry. And if we, this project was not easy because of the 2.5 years of its duration. 2 years was during the pandemic. But what we discovered during this pandemic, all in Europe, the society was divided into essential and non-essential sectors. And the essential sectors, food, logistics, they could carry on. And the non-essential, they had to close down. And actually, the real proof of the importance of cultural and creative industries was given. Culture, arts, musea, expos, entertainment business, and so on, we missed it. It was closed down, and we really realized that the essential sectors keep us alive. You don't die, but you're not living. You need the other sectors to get alive, to have a very vivid society. So CCR, they are drivers for a rich ecosystem. The industrial sites, they are planned settlements. They are functionally designed. They're production driven, but also a little bit boring. They are gray, and they are standardized, and they all look the same all over Europe. But adding CCI, promoting, enabling CCI into this structure, this industrial structure, to interweave it and to make, then these sites will connect to society. They will bring these regions and these sites alive. They bring a lot of diversity of services. They become attractive, colorful, and unique. And when you connect, if it's connected to the local society, then it will can attract tourism and so on. If it's not connected to the local society, it won't. So all these important things, also the message to policy levels, to public actors, to public bodies of how to promote, how to enable CCI in industrial sites. It's very well done, concentrated in this brochure, which will be presented during this conference. So Søren, I'm really glad that we were able to join this partnership, that you invited us as a lead partner, together with Kersten, Olaf, and that we were invited as a non-Central European partner, but with the same kind of history, with the same kind of future, that we were able to join this great partnership. So thank you very much, Søren.
Thank you. Yeah. Welcome also from me and in the name of all partners in the INDUCCI. I have 3 Thanksgivings. The first one is to our partner Stabo and for this hosting here. It's a grateful place, very intensive and very creative. It's our topic here. Thank you for your warm welcome yesterday and also today. Yesterday we was in a pop-up store nearby the mining in former times. What very authentic. Authentic, I think it's a very important value for that. Mm-hmm. The second Thanksgiving goes to our partners. The partners give us the trust that we make this lead partnership, that we can be a lead partner in this project. Without trust, we cannot do this. Thank you very much for the trust and also for the performance in this 3 years. Now we are on the last meters in this project, and I think we have done a great job. And under harder frame conditions like the pandemic, I think the creativity in our project on every single partner is growing up in this process. And the last Thanksgiving goes to my team, because it was for the CWE the first lead partnership in a EU project, and it was I think not simple work. It was very complex, not simple, and in this way a special thank to Carsten and Olaf. Both have a big strength and a big impact for our company. And now we are looking forward in the future for the next EU project and the next lead partnership, because we think this creativity is the ground for the innovation. And innovation may be our next topic in that. I don't know if you feel how you feel at the moment. In my heart, I have 2 dimensions. On the first one, I see this project very colorful, very powerful, very strong in the collaboration between the partners from all over the Europe. On the second one, I don't thinking about our project without thinking on the war in Ukraine, because in this nearby our daily work, we have a war. And in this war, also our values get attacked. And these values of sympathy, peacefulness, empathy, and also solidarity, that is very terrible for me. And I would please you that we, in memoriam to the victims of this war, that I would please you to stand up and we take a minute of silence in memoriam on this victim. Thank you. Thank you. And now I give back to Ina to start with our meeting today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you and enjoy.
So we thank you, Mr. Oele and Mr. De Bruin, for this warm welcome and for this sign of respect. Our hearts go out to the people in Ukraine. Our minds go out to the people in Ukraine. And I think we can all agree that Europe has to build up a new future, a difficult one, a challenging one. But we can also agree that CCI, cultural and creative industries, will have a major role to play in that. And the first keynote of the day, Ms. Tammy Warszawski, she agrees on that as well, because I saw the title of her presentation, The Future is Creative. Ms. Warszawski, as founding director of Creative Nation, we are very much looking forward on your vision on that.
Good morning. Do you hear me? Yeah. So thank you for inviting me to share my thoughts and our experience in building the ecosystem for the culture and creative industries in Israel. I work in this domain of design strategy, leadership and creative economic and creative industries for the last 15 years, if not even more. This unique time for me, it's the first time post-pandemic that I'm in a live event like that. In light of the war in Ukraine, but also in light of going out a little bit, transitioning out from Corona, give us a special context to speak about the role of CCIs into building back a better economy and society. In periods of growth, we used to develop the same models, to copy the same success models, but a crisis and a breakdown give us the opportunity to rethink about the way we want to move forward and the role of CCIs in this context. Definitely. So when we speak about the future, we can start with the questions of who are the ones who invent the future. Some would say that technology has a major role in that, but we can see along the years the role of science fiction movies, books, literature, from Star Trek to Back to the Future, Jules Verne, really providing vision and direction for new technologies to form. The power of their imagination really build our many of the scenarios and technologies that we consume and live every day, from flat screens, TVs, and so on. AI, different technology were just envisioned in science fiction before they were even materialized. An interesting survey tried to look at which are the professions that can vision the future of the planet, humanity, culture, technology, and the economy. They look in different professions, from prophecy, political, the arts, science, and business. We could expect that the results of this survey will be something like that each one knows to present, to predict the future and its own domain of expertise. But in fact, the results are much more complex. They look like this. The arts predict the future of technology, science the future of culture, business the future of planet and humanity. We can see that the political sector doesn't predict the future in any of this domain. And what does it mean for us that thinking just within the box of our expertise, really limiting the potential of crossover innovation? and that companies that today and the future wants to innovate within the digital and technological advancements must be also design and creative companies. An interesting project is a result of a collaboration between NASA and an Israeli artist, Eyal Gever. NASA had this technology of 3D printing in space, and they came to the artist and asked to work on them to create the first piece of art in space. And this artwork called Laugh in Space, the artist chose to 3D print human laughter as a great symbol of what kind of values and the symbol of humanity we want to live in space or to mark in space and for the future generations. Me personally, I started my professional journey, in fact, as a software engineer, trained software engineer and working in the high-tech industry. And I remember a striking moment that we sit together in a board meeting together with the design department of the company, and I understood the dominant voice that the designers and the creative had in defining the future roadmap of the company and its product. And it was this single moment that I decided to go to study design. Then I studied business design in Italy, promising myself that I will go back to the industry, entering with new capacities and from new door. And what was my personal insight then became a global trend in companies. Nowadays, companies understand more and more the role of design and creativity and its importance to their business success, and they give designers and not only people coming from technology the front seat in different interesting roles. VP design in companies like 3M. Philips was the protagonist of that change, but we see really in different industries the dominant role of design and understanding the creative capacities to take companies and economies forward. And it's not only in big corporates. We see a trend of more and more new startups and new companies founded or co-founded by designers and people from the creative industries. The main and maybe the most known one is Airbnb. Both founders are coming from industrial design background. They don't just develop or set up a beautiful product, but they really redesign the whole hospitality industry. So they come with this disruptive thinking to rethink about potential use of existing resources and transform it into a successful business. And this is their disruptive power of creativity. So innovation comes not just from disruptive technology, but really from the disruptive thinking of creatives. And the meaning of culture is changing. If in the 15th century it used to be, culture used to be to nurture our souls, today we talk on culture in the context of how business and companies organize themselves and behave. And with this background, almost a decade ago, when I came back from Italy to Israel, I came to Shankar. It's a college powerhouse of design, engineering, and art to set up their innovation center, and with a personal mission to really build the ecosystem for the creative economy in Israel, an economy that back then was very much dominant by technological innovation. My mission was to build up the new ecosystem, bringing together policymakers, higher education, of course, but also companies and working with the government. We walked along the years with EU-funded project that really contributed to our way moving forward through great partnership as this project with the main creative economy centers around Europe, knowledge exchange, and see how creatives can really lead the Israeli and the global economy and society, moving from talking about entrepreneurship, that really developing their leadership capacities. We started really from the basic to define the first building blocks in the economy to understand what is the definition that was back then very much known in Europe, but less recognized in our ecosystem. Our first mandate was working with students, 10 higher educations, different higher education in Israel, working with students coming from design and different creative industries and engineering, to build and train them for new skills and making them empower them to take this new role, and helping them to build startups that can really help recover different sectors. An example we like to show is this example of a graduate from the fashion department in Shankar. She understood that she worked in the second most polluting industry in the world, and instead of designing new collection and be part of the problem, she wanted to be part of the solution, and she developed a textile that is based on seaweed and really developed this industry to be much more greener. So really taking their responsibility and help whole industry to recover with the creative capacities. We moved forward from just training to develop new data. We started to conduct and to bring new data to the ecosystem about the role of creatives within the economy and startup ecosystem in Israel. We used to think that founders comes from business administration and technology, but in fact, when we look inside, we see more and more founders of companies coming from the background of cinema, design, music, and really any creative sector, with a 66% rise in foreign investment in creative industries in recent years in creative startups. We see more data, export rise in 16% back, data from 2015, sector that employed more women. I think this is also correlate to international and European surveys, and we also find out that companies that work with designers rather than outsourcing or in-house designer, they register more patent, which was really interesting for us to find out. A new survey that is going to publish next week, so this is the first glimpse into this data, is we conducted the first survey in Israel together with Shankar and an organization called Startup Nation Central to measure the value of design in technological companies in Israel. We see a great transformation in our economy that used to be the startup nation. In recent years, more and more companies are growing to be scale-ups, to be unicorns, and to really establishing themselves as big and global leading companies. And we wanted to understand the role of design in this transformation. It is a survey that was based both on qualitative and quantitative data, approaching designers, management of companies, VCs, investors. Formal publication next week. We can see one of our interesting interviewers, Shai Vininger, he's co-founder of two unicorns, Fiverr and Lemonade. He comes from a design background, and he really attribute most of his business success for his design studies, acknowledging creative thinking that teaches him to look and to find solutions for problems really from different perspective, and recommending any startup, the first employees to take side by side to them, to have a designers in order to build companies that bring new thinking and new solutions to any sector that they deal with. So this is a very great and strong testimonials. We also see in the survey, very interesting, that designers and creatives, many times they don't take the expected UX, UI or design roles, but they are founders, they are sitting in the top management of the companies, they work in R&D, in positions of growth, customer success, product and project management. So they really take on themselves different and more strategic responsibilities, both in B2B and B2C companies. So more data to come. So this data really helped us to work with policymakers, with the government, to bring proven data and drive wide policy change. When talking with the government, their point of view, they were interesting to see how design and creative industries can help rise productivity in different sectors of the Israeli economy, and we build this kind of narrative together with them, and at the end really led to new funding schemes or changing existing current governmental funding scheme in the programs for rising productivity that for the first time in Israel acknowledge also process innovation, business model innovation, design thinking innovation, using your experience as part of governmental funding scheme, both in the productivity plan, but also then they adopted it into the Industry 4.0 funding schemes, acknowledging that when we move forward, and someone said here before, when we talk about Industry 4.0, so we cannot speak only about smart machines and artificial intelligence, but human creativity, and make new meanings out of those technologies to the people is something that is inseparable. And side by side to that, we started to build also strategic bilateral agreements between, this is the first one, between Israel Minister of Economy and the Ministry of Economy in Austria. Now there is an open tender in the Ministry of Economy in Israel to set up an innovation community for the cultural and creative industry. It happens just in parallel to the new KIC that is established in Europe. So really building new frameworks for creativity to flourish in new ways in the next years. We cannot speak about moving forward and about the future without speaking about the metaverse and the digital transformation and the Web3. It's really a platform where we design from scratch new virtual realities. It means for creative people to be very fluent with new technologies as AR, VR, and others that will come, building new interaction and new environments. And metaverse, the term was coined back in the early 90s, also in a science movie book, Snow Crash, but got hype recently when Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook changed the name of Facebook from Facebook to Meta, and really created a movement of many companies, from real estate to architecture to retail companies that are developing their capacities in this world. I think it's worth to think what kind of world, if we can build virtual worlds from scratch, are we going to copy the same ones that we live in reality, or what kind of opportunities there are to build utopic visions of new worlds in the metaverse? Also, a new opportunity for creators is the creators economy. Also, creativity merged with technology, music tech, fashion tech, digital fashion is really growing in the metaverse, animation, video, all these kind of new tools and platform to grow in the digital domain that creative that have. We see really huge trends into those areas, also facilitated by huge funds and investments going into those areas. And the digital platforms obviously also building the global market for creators. But when we talk about creativity, which is, by the way, by the rank of LinkedIn or other professional surveys, creativity is the dominant, if not number one, skill for the future. At the same time, it's hard for people to be creative in their offices. I don't know if they can be creative in their houses. And during the pandemic, but also when looking forward, there is a growing awareness, acknowledgement of the power of nature for healing, but also for cognitive and work and creativity. And when we talk about hybrid work, we don't look at it anymore just hybrid between home and office, but also between city and nature in order to nurture the creativity in people. This is an example of the tree office of Microsoft, 2 hours ride from their main headquarters in the US, really bringing people to work together in teamwork, to be more creative and support their well-being. Well-being, I must say, is a new discipline when we talk about creativity and the role of mindfulness in nurture creativity and new meanings. So we'll see, for example, old villages or abandoned villages around Europe rebuild themselves around remote work communities, inviting them to work from everywhere, and be more creative. So these are in parallel to the metaverse. In the natureverse, we see this kind of trends. So looking forward for the Creative Nation, these are the main domains that we are going to focus in the coming years. Imagination, foresight is maybe the most, the highest capability of creative in order to imagine new scenarios for the future. It's very, very much related for the creativity for the future of work, for the creative economy, for the Web3 and business transformation. 2 projects, flag project I will mention very quickly that we are working on at the moment. One is the Observatory of the Future. It's an innovation resort that is going to be placed in the Israeli desert to bring people creative, but not only creative, and also organization and public players for personal and professional transformation with the right balance between stimulation and stillness, full with learning and development programs, and to plan together the future in new and creative ways. Another project that we are running on a regional level, also in the desert, is renovation of the Bedouin settlements, real nomads, not digital nomads, but desert nomads that live in really low and and poor conditions. You can see one of the picture here on the left. There is a myth that that innovation that technology is the way for innovation moving forward. We spoke about creativity. Here we talk about really local knowledge that we study and work with the local inhabitants to explore the tradition of the community and how we can build a more human-centered solutions for their housing and living, and improving, building new model for the future of living. So we really push always the projects to be at the forefront and one step before the industry, giving inspiration for a new project, a new direction to rise, from design and strategy to design for business transformation, but really for national strategy and regional development. This is in glimpse our experience, and if there are any questions, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the publication you talk about, and I'm actually already also fond of the idea of a tree office. Maybe we can introduce that at Stable. But as you can see, I'm already feeling very inspired. I guess everyone else is. So let's keep up that spirit and proceed to the second keynote of the day. I welcome Mr. Bernd Vezel. He is a director of the European Creative Business Network. And in that capacity, he represents the voice of 44 countries supporting and developing CCI in Europe. So, Mr. Vezel, please share their message with us.
Thank you, dear all, for inviting me, having me to this interesting topic, dear all at home. Welcome to the stage here. It's a fantastic place to talk about the future of regional development and industry, and especially creative industries. And at the beginning, you have been speaking of those places as post-industrial places. I think here we see already how much we have to change our mindset. Those are future places. Post-industry is always, industrial change is here for the future. And so with this perspective, I thought I talk about creativity for change and change for creativity as a bigger mindset where this kind of change is taking place. I will take you along a few chapters to better understand this wider framework of creativity for change and the other way around, the changing which is happening with creativity itself. And one of those very first changes has been talked about at the very beginning, but I just want to raise awareness again what COVID really meant. It has been a tremendous loss. You have been talking about the situation. Are we in the central part? We are alive but are not living. But here you see in economic terms what the setback has been. At the same time, rebuilding those sectors now will be also a chance to innovate and to rebuild differently and to rebuild better. That's one of the big phrases of the European Union, where they also put a lot of really billions and trillions, 1.8 trillion into rebuilding better. And also creative industries is part of this big investment of the European Union. We made a survey with our creative business network, and we came up to the staggering amount of something between 6 and 7 billion euros, which are allocated in the next generation funds of the European Union on a national level. So this fund is not allocated in one place, but scattered around. This has advantages, it is closer to the sectors, to the needs of the nations, but on the other hand, difficult to mine and to harvest because it's fragmented. But so see COVID really as a chance for change, pushing forward this creativity. This especially amounts to Eastern Europe, as you see here, which have been hit most, with up to 44%. On the other hand, those nations have been one of the most growing in the creative industries, by far outgrowing Germany, Italy, France, and if I may dare say, even here, Netherlands, Belgium. We are, so to speak, the old markets, not growing so quickly. This is one of the latest publications done by the European Investment Fund. And here is the message, not only the different figures, how much the decrease has been, but really who has been doing this. It's the very first time since I can remember ever that the European Investment Fund is doing this kind of market research. Usually the European Investment Fund goes for, the classical sectors, food, fintech, logistics, steel, construction. But here it has taken a look into our sector, and that shows again that this crisis is not only a reason for sadness and disaster, but also for restart. So when we are restarting, what is this we? Talking about culture, creative industries, it's important not only to understand our point in time, but our identity. And this identity has been changing over the last 15 years. The very first report on the creative industries was done 2008 by Barroso. He put it on the agenda at that time, and he called it the economy of culture. And since then, our phrases and our definitions have changed quite a lot, from the cultural sectors over the arts, culture, creative industries, the cultural creative sectors. And each time a new commission or a new government came into place, they often made a new study and came up with a new definition of our sector. So one of the conclusions, I think, is that we have to see, and we have to work all together for this, that our sector really grows up to the fact to phrase its own science-based definition, not policy-based definition. It's not correct to change our phrases and definitions every 4 or 5 years. We are a sector of 9 million workers, 600 billion turnover. We outperform automotive, ICT, and all those sectors have their own research institutes. And seeing here this campus, I think I feel inspired again to say we really need our own research units and definitions on our own universities doing this. So that's the point where we stand in our self-understanding. Dynamic, yes, but not really self-assuring. And we still have to stand our ground and define ourselves better. That's, I think, something we have to do ourselves, not to hand this over to policy again. But talking of policy, where do our sectors stand in policy? How is policy looking at our sectors? That's the third topic here. Well, I now take out certain points in time of this understanding and policy which specifically relate to creative industries with other sectors, if it's regional development or if it's a wider economy or also the society. The very first point in time was 2012. This is 4 years after the first report in 2008 was issued. At that time, one was speaking of the spillover effects. This term came up in this communication promoting culture and creative sectors for growth. And this was not a scientific term. There was no definition. There was not hardly research on it, but it was a policy phrase highlighting that the benefits of creative industries in other sectors might be even larger than the sector itself, question mark. With the European Creative Business Network, we then created a European Research Alliance with several partners, with Nesta, Arts Council England, some 20 partners, to research and to understand what could be a spillover effect. They brought you this little overview here from a 100-page study. So if you're interested in this, have a look. But the basic message is there are 3 types of spillover. It's around knowledge, it's about industry, and it's about network spillover. And a project like this here, while you are maybe constructing value for specific regions or regional developments, I think the network effects within those activities here might be even larger and more long-lasting than the deliverables of the projects you have. It took another 7 years for the Commission, especially its General Directorate for Growth, to look into this more specifically. Again, it was policy motivated, and they were asking this question, well, how big now is, in terms of jobs and growth, this spillover effect? And that's one of the key visuals here I took out of this report from 2019. There are really rare reports. Mostly they are around design, and Tami has not focused so much on design and its overarching power by accident, because in fact design is a little bit of the conveyor belt of the creative industries, taking our sector across domains and across value chains and industry sectors. And here you see this amazing relation. CCSI provides some 12 million jobs. According to some statistics, other statistics come up with 9 million jobs, but here it's not about the number itself, but the magnitude. On the right side, you see it's 33 million jobs outside of the creative industries. And all those jobs and those industries are not here today. We are still talking kind of to ourselves. So that will be one of the next tasks we have to do, how to move over to those industries, companies and other jobs we create with our creativity. The next spillover I want to focus on is closer to your development, to your topic here, the regional development. And this was a topic up even on the G20 meeting this year in Italy on the relation of creative industries and regional development. And I took this out of a report in 2019, showing you already that some 90 regions in Europe, out of I think 240 or 250, adopted this on a strategy level. However, we miss really hard facts data. We all know a strategy is easily done, could be also easily done. So what is really the result? And that could be another research field for the future, to look what are the economic outputs of those 90 regions adopting CCSI as a strategy. So here you see now how creative industries is positioned within the policy arena and how it developed from 2012, 19, along different perceptions, the spillover effect in other sectors, but also in the regional development. So having taken this look back, let us take a look forward. Where do we go now? What's the question now? And it's so important to really be aware, what do you ask? Because this will decide what answers you get. And only if you ask the right questions, you're getting and moving forward into the question, into the future. So I want to really promote the idea to ask differently, not what is our sector, but what is our sector doing for the recovery in from COVID-19? What is it doing for the climate change? What is it doing also for what is called the VUCA world? You might know this, the volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguous world. Our morning of Ukraine this morning is exactly this example. Who would ever expected this some months ago or years ago? And so what will creative industries do to make us more resilient to sudden changes, especially as climate crisis and maybe even climate migration and wars are still ahead of us? So the future will not be easier, but it will be more agile and difficult. I took the very first glimpse what creative industries can do for the future, especially now for your field. Of course, there are many fields to touch. And creative industries and rural development have a history from what we would today would call the old-fashioned Guggenheim effect, taking famous names, big brands, big buildings, invest 200 millions, and then you can be sure to have a global effect. But today, hardly any city has 200 millions. And even if they had, like in Hamburg for the Elbphilharmonie, they had 900 million, they did ever, they never planned that. They had it by accident. They had to have it because it's getting more and more expensive. So regional development and creative industries moved to different tools. And one of those tools was around the Zeche Zollverein in 2010, where I was vice director at the European Capital of Culture at that time, where rural development in creative industries was done grassroots with small projects, 15,000, 50,000, and it was more an informal development on the planning level, on the grassroots level, on the citizen collaboration level. It was not about big investments. Now I read from your documents today which you filed for this conference, and I think Christoph was one of the authors being there, that you're thinking about the next phase of this development, going beyond blueprints, looking into the experimentations with prototyping facilities. And I would add, from the debate we see across Europe, looking at the skills development to do regional development. So what are creative skills for urban planning? What are creative skills for urban planners? It's not only being able to go digital, what they now do all with BIMI and so forth, but this kind of questions are, I think, the future questions, and I really favor also your approach to say go beyond blueprints. So you could say the relation of creative industries and regional development is going from hard investment into soft power, into skills. Though I have to say, I don't really like this phrase. I think skills is the real hard power. Cash is, in the end, big and easy to see when you see the Guggenheim Museum, but in effect, that's just the soft thing, I believe. So I want to encourage you to look more deeply into this prototyping and skills development. At the G20, I had cited already, this was the big topic, really looking into the content economy, into the potential of culture and cultural heritage, and to combine this especially with the regional development. So the topics you are debating here has reached the global agenda just last year. And this will not have been so by accident, because we see that many cities are exactly coping with these questions. As industries are changing now more and more often, regional development has to change more and more often. So there is a speed-up cycle, I think, and that's what you see in many cities around the world, and that's why the G20 has taken up this topic. So we had a look at what's taking place in regional development in the future. Let's take a look what is happening around industrial change. I have been asked to look a little bit into this production-based economy, into the service economy. And of course, as Tami has pointed out, it is all about design. And I brought you here Tim Brown, one of the leading design thinkers and leading companies for design and change management by design. Design thinking is a human-centered approach to innovation. And you said it here at the beginning also, I think your colleague from Chemnitz, that one of your next topics, it's not maybe creativity and regional development, but innovation and regional development. And that would be really in line with the latest developments. This phrase from Tim Brown, design and innovation, what does it really mean in detail? And the Commission here in 2019 also broke this up in different elements of design, a different rhythm to what Tami presented. But you see here again, there's a value chain of design creating new markets, new opportunities. And at the end, it's about the source of competitive advantage around designing data, designing big data. And I think that's also something relevant for regional development. What do we really know about inhabitants moving around in the region? What are their what are their interests, and how does this result in consumption or even in mobility. So big data and regional development, designing this big data and thus designing regional development is one of the things you can take from this latest industry developments. But those industry developments also lead to new economies and new sectors, which you might want to take into your regional development. So if you plan for a region or a city today, you have to make a forecast what is coming up in the next 10 or 15 years. So it's obviously the green economy. Not so obvious, but now also a buzzword is the circular economy. Others might call it the donut economy. And if you really want to know the latest and top-notch developments on this, have a look at the Ellen MacArthur Foundation in London. They are doing the Circular Economy Summit. And there you meet the latest, I think, really best innovative developments around the globe on circular economy. That's why I cited this, an economy that is restorative and regenerative by design. It moves from a service design to designing futures into systems design. And I think systems design is also a good short term for what regional development will be in the future, not only designing the planning side of regional development, but having a really holistic view on regional development, seeing the region as a complete system, not only as an economic system, but also as a social system, cultural system, and most of all, a system changing. So that would mean, how do you design change in such a system? One of those major difficulties to design change in complex systems is how to really take along the community, how to take along the companies, the population, how to explain where we want to be in 10 or 15 years. Some 30 years ago, this was much easier. You said you were building a new site like Zeche Zollverein or Guggenheim. This was visible sites, orientations, like big brands. But the next phase of change is much more complex. It's much more about micro organisms. We know that 90% of the companies in Europe, the backbone of our economy, are small. So how do you take 90% of all those actors along and bring them into new value change? And that kind of similar on the same level of development in time. And my thesis, and I really say thesis, is to do this in the future, we really need to use this capacity of big data to our own creativity to design and visualize futures. So the trend of digital twins, which is now applied to many technological fields in IT and IoT, why not design and use this tool of the digital twin also for our cultural habits and cultural movements and traits? You have more than 400 million visitors in cultural spaces every year in Europe. Yeah, almost 500 million. So culture is making people move and buy and do economic relevant things. And this, so far, is not in the focus of digital twins. And here again, I think, a new technology is developed, and most of all, looking to the traditional sectors, why I would claim, you have to look into this modern sector of the creative industries, apply digital twins, do simulations and projections. And in order to understand this big data, you need to visualize it. And then there's a interesting circle. To visualize data on that side, of course, you again need tech. You need unbelievable high tech in order to calculate this. One of those supercomputers you need to do visualization on big data of cultural creative sectors is positioned in Stuttgart. It is HLIS. And they even have a media solution center to combine creative industries and this supercomputing power for our sector. Quite a unique combination. And I hope I could motivate you a little bit to look into your region where you could do this. There are some 30 supercomputers all over Europe. We are currently speaking with Supercomputer Center in Bologna to take up similar ideas, and maybe this would be a glimpse to the future of industry, because this is ICT industry. And they see creative industries as a market to harvest. But of course, we as creative industries also see ICT as a method to harvest their tech capacity and to put it into more relevance of our sector and the development of, that's what it's all about, the region, the city, the urban transformation. You started this with your glimpse that this project might be in the future on innovation, and that's also my last topic I want to conclude with. So not by accident, probably. So seeing this tech capacities, seeing our need to visualize, I had a look into a few examples, and I dare to say, to call those projects Da Vinci projects, because they combine really tech and creativity on a new level. I cannot go into detail, but just look this up. Carlo Ratti is as much an architectural inventor as he is a technological master, coming up with new materials, really fantastic. And he has a pavilion now in Dubai where he presents those new architectural and technological innovations. Oops. Another Da Vinci of our time is Bjarke Ingels, the Bjarke Ingels Group, which not only look into new materials, but also new business models of how to run urban development, new social models for buildings. They combine complete new uses in buildings. And here on the right-hand side, you see New York. After the Hurricane Sandy, they reinvented what a flood prevention could be in the future. They invented a flood prevention, which basically is also a nice living space and bringing together, which is usually separated in our social life. Last but not least, a very different type of Da Vinci, the gaming industry. 2.5 billion gamers are around the globe. So that's quite a big community. Just imagine if this community would focus on the topic of climate change. If they would focus to plant trees, the size of America, to really stop the warming of our planet. And just imagine that there is a small company in Munich who devotes to do this. And that's exactly what happened here. Started at the Gamescom last year, setting up a platform where gamers can buy in gaming, what they love to do anyway, trees, and help shrink the carbon footprint of all our activities. Just a new project. And it's just an example of what would happen if our sectors answers this question, not what are we, but what are we good for? What can we do in all those transitions which are up there? And that's not only having more green buildings, but also putting our cultural fun. And gaming is fun. It's an industry, but people do it because they love it. And to combine this passion and this energy with the good for the world, I think that's one of the biggest chances we can have. To do all this, to combine the private passion, the company passion, and the public good, is not happening by accident. Systems are designed to perform this combination of the private passion, the company passion, and the public good. And we have to be fair to say that our governments and social systems are not always the best to bring those three elements together, the private, the corporates, and the public. And for this reason, the World Economic Forum took up this topic in their agenda this year and said one of the biggest bottlenecks to innovation is that we do not bring together those three elements, the private, the corporate, and the public, in the best way. And one of the most leading researchers in innovation, Professor Matsukato, was commissioned to research this. And I just took out this glimpse quote here to highlight this for you, especially as I see your partnerships here in this project, bringing together public and private and grassroots partners, the students which are here, the city, the university which is here, the company which is here. This is an example how to frame those partnerships. And it's at the same time one of the biggest challenges we have to really redesign. We need design thinking for our public organization to unlock really the next level of innovation. That's not an easy task I leave with you, but I hope I could motivate to take it up with passion. It's the one which is at hand now, and I hope I could show you with Colorati, but also with the Games Forest, that this kind of theoretical innovation we have to do, because this is an innovation behind the scenes. It's kind of the boring thing you have to negotiate with public officials. But once it's done, it really unleashes those fascinating things like the Games Forest. Yeah, thanks for having me again, and I wish you a very good day and conference. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you to both keynotes for leading the way to the next part of the conference with their insights. In the upcoming panel talk, we will discuss and focus on one of the key outputs of the INDUCCI project. I'm talking about a manual, a policy manual with 14 recommendations to promote cultural and creative industries as a catalyst in Europe. And the author of the manual, Christoph Schreckenberg, is a long-leading expert and consultant for CCI on that topic. And he sketches the highlights of the manual with us, for us in a video message.
Yeah, hello everybody, and welcome to the presentation of our INDUCCI transnational policy paper with the title Wisdom of Place. My name is Christoph Schreckenberg, and I had the pleasure to write that paper. And I would like to give you a little introduction how we did that. Let's have a small look inside. When you open up the paper, well, you see the index with the different chapters consisting of the different recommendations, and also an introduction with our approach. Well, how did we do this? What was our approach? Well, first of all, we did international desk research about all kinds of studies. We incorporated the regional policy papers written by the partners and also presented intermediate results of the paper in discussion rounds online with the project partners to see how we would go on. And the idea was to create a hands-on smart guide for decision makers and CCI lobbyists. And how did we get there? We first started with a predecessor project, INDUCCULT 2.0, dealing with new industrial culture in Central Europe. And we thought we'd pick up their philosophy and terminology to go on, consisting of looking at a holistic perspective, a quadruple helix approach, a broad innovation definition that goes beyond technology, and a broad understanding of industrial culture, which consists of tangible material elements and as well intangible non-material elements. And it relates to the industrial production in the past, present, and future. And you can describe it as a societal concept, a transdisciplinary approach, a place-bound cultural setting, a concentration of specific expertise, attitudes, values, and traditions. And it's grounded in specific institutionalized routines of industrial structures, their incorporated conventions, beliefs, and production patterns, and interlinked social factors beyond the factory itself. Well, when I first suggested the title, actually, I got some reactions from our project partners that were somehow like this. And they probably thought, well, what kind of drug did he take? What did he smoke? Whatever. But actually, I was inspired by a saying of the Lakota natives, which says, wisdom lives in places. And I thought that captures also the human side of innovation, and we can catch that. Even it's not that European, one has to say, so it's a different source. But being the correct German, of course, you write a definition. Wisdom of place is rooted in tangible heritage, its inherent spirit, but even more in the people living there and the histories they tell, growing through the talents they show. And of course, we apply this concept specifically for industrial regions in Central Europe. We came up with 14 policy recommendations. Actually, the first one, the relevance is proven and deliver, we get in detail, but that has the quality of a statement. The one that has the quality of a statement is play fair from the bottom up. And apart from that, we can actually cluster or group the different recommendations. So the first three ones, you could say, prepare your ground or preparing the ground for further developments. The second ones concentrate on building bridges and networks. The next cluster is about giving room to go beyond. And the last one is promote profession and training. There were some things that we did not want to, actually. We did not want to get lost in semantic hell and technology domination. No. We did not want to constantly justify and argue why CCI, why creative industries are important. No. We did not want to theoretically discuss indicators and measurements of CCI innovation that can be done in other places. And we did not want to theoretically discuss about measurements of spillovers or the effects of cross-innovation. Let's go back to the overview, 3.1, the basic statement. CCI relevance is proven, establish visibility, create awareness, provide adequate funding, deliver. So this comes from a self-confident attitude, saying limit the space of delaying tactics of other interest groups, and have an eye on it that the fundraisers of the EU for the cultural and creative industries are adequate in the long run. Now let's look for preparing the ground. Let's pick out one or the other recommendation. We can't pick out all the ones and describe them, that would be too long. Here, prepare your ground. Use the regional industrial imprint as a starting point for desirable, meaningful innovation related to the UN Sustainable Development Goals, include issues of resilience. Well, this is a long one, but at least we wanted to formulate it in a way that you really understand what's meant. And of course, we talk about it to activate the specific milieu of the old industrialized regions and to reactivate a kind of pioneer spirits for nowadays challenges. Now go for the next cluster here, for the next group, build bridges and networks. So kick off initiatives of networked innovation, interpret problems as opportunities for pull innovations, fuel cross and open innovation through a multi-stakeholder approach, and position agents of the CCI as innovation catalysts who are able to create change. We have 5 recommendations that we took from the policy learning platform on research and innovation. The first one is use social network analysis to map network interactions, structure innovation networks around societal challenges, create information systems for these innovation networks, build innovation infrastructure to promote the informal networking opportunities, but also create innovation networks around the so-called S3 priorities that deal with smart specialization. Next point, give room to go beyond. So for this, we could take a look into the brochure itself. We are at 3.8 now, offer physical spaces for experiments. So we try to give some good practice examples. In the ebook, here we have Depot 2015 in Pilsen, and the Creative Incubator, which is actually an outcome of Pilsen Capital of Culture 2015. Or we have another project from Creative Saxony, working with workplaces in the countryside, connecting these places with each other and creating impulses through that and connecting activities. And of course, when we talk about giving room, it's the next point, giving mental room for experiments, 3.9, And this means you can give freedom to people, to allow them temporary exemptions, to allow innovation sabbaticals, to include silver innovators, to allow employees to spend a certain amount of their work time on their own project ideas, like 3M does, for example, and made them one of the most innovative and successful companies in the world. So this could be some aspects, or it could also be a funding program like the creative industry vouchers in Austria, where they give like small sums to SMEs, like 5,000 euro, and they can hire a service from the creative industries, all kinds of service, but it gives them the freedom to try something out that they wouldn't do otherwise, and creating a win-win situation between creative businesses and other industries. So this can also be an example to create this kind of mental room for experiments. Okay, let's move to the last chapter, and we're almost done. So let's check the promotion of professionalization and training. So these ones here from 3.11a to C are pretty self-explaining, basically also the good governments, but we want to pick that out in the end. So promote professionalization in the public sector, and I think that can help a lot on both sides when you try to collaborate with each other and look at things from each other's perspective to create mutual awareness and understanding, and expand the space of opportunities for both sides. So on the one hand, bureaucrats can learn from creatives through methods like design thinking and others, like how could we adapt our planning methods to become more flexible. And of course, then on the other hand, creative companies and creative industries can also profit from them if there's more flexibility in bureaucratic procedures and so on. So to move from a no because to a yes if culture, that's how Charles Landry calls it. And of course, that's another point where there might be moderators or agents of change needed to get these processes going and develop them further. And yeah, if you're interested in that, maybe you visit the Creative Bureaucracy Festival. So the first online activities actually start today, and I think that's a pretty good approach. So thank you for today. Thanks for listening. That was a lot in a short time. Just a small reminder to finish. Perhaps you're in the mood to take a look at our INDUCCI e-toolbox also. And yeah, apart from that, here are our contacts. Feel free to contact us. It was a pleasure to present this to you, and I think, well, we're done for right now, and I hope to see you later on today here in Hasselt during the conference. Thanks.
Okay, so in the meantime, the panelists have joined me here in these nice and cozy seats. Besides the two keynotes we already got acquainted with, I also want to introduce two other panelists. On the one hand, we have Fabrizio Panozzo. He is professor in management at the Ca' Foscari University of Venice. And on the other hand, which I would have to see on the screen, hello, Josefine Hage, Deputy Director of Creative Saxony. Can we check if everything works? Can you hear us well?
Good morning and hello to everyone.
That's good news that everything works well, because my first question goes out to you, Josefine. In the course of the development of the policy manual, you advised the team, and based on your experience in European projects and also in your role as co-developer of the European Capital of Culture Chemnitz, can you tell us why was this strategy so important to you, and for whom was it made primarily?
In German, we have a saying that literally translates into what is written down stays. Of course, that is only true to a very certain extent, because a strategy can only a starting point for connecting people and engaging people around the common vision. That is, content of that policy paper that the colleagues produced in a really great co-productive manner. I think Christoph has been a great moderator of this whole process. As Bernd just mentioned, data and monitoring has been very, very crucial in the last 2 decades to put creative industry on the political agenda. But also the bottom-up networking on the level of the creative entrepreneurs and the work of the hundreds of creative industry support organizations that emerged in Europe over the last 2 decades have been essential in establishing the sector on a level that, and also on raising the political awareness that it has today. The INDUCCI project deliberately did not concentrate on the data and semantical aspect of culture and creative industry. For me, the policy paper is one of the core outputs of the INDUCCI project, has several functions. Of course, it informs politics and administration, but it's first and foremost a lever to engage in discourse and to influence other strategies on national and regional level, and to really influence funding schemes and make them, more fit to the needs of creative entrepreneurs. The target groups of the paper are obviously politicians, but as I learned in the last years, also with Creative Saxony, it's not sufficient if you convince a few politicians about your agenda. It's always key to include policy officers within the administration, because they are your partner on the everyday working level. And that's why it has been such a key also to include the admin training within the INDUCCI project and to keep on going with these kind of activities. Another target group are obviously the networks on the European level, but also stakeholders and on the local and regional level that also have their European contacts and that can take the message further.
Okay, so it's a really nice connection already between the policy level and also the practitioners in the field. That's nice to hear. Now I ask Mr. Panozzo, if you would have to send out that message, what part of this brochure, what part of the manual resonates most with you? What part would you broadcast to the world?
Hello, everyone. I like the title. This idea that wisdom is in the places, and that much of what we talk about here happens in places and is then celebrated worldwide and globally, but it originates somewhere. This insistence that we see in the manual on the human side, on the local side, on the specificity of creativity and culture as happening in places, I think is a fundamental turn. And maybe a small contribution, but a contribution to a discourse that I think needs to be redefined, reoriented when it comes to culture and creativity and policies for culture and creativity, which reminds us, I think, it could be more explicit in the policy manual, but it does remind us that culture and creativity and policies for culture and creativity, they have an origin in a place. And that place was a place with a certain type of economy at that time, within a certain phase of transformation of modern capitalism. And I'm talking about the UK of the 90s. This is where we started reflecting on culture and creativity as a driver for the transformation of the economic system in which we live. And I think that over the years, we've obliterated this origin on that place. And we've transferred quite and critically this original reflection on how that particular type of capitalism was being transformed by that type of ideology. So there's ideology, there's a vision of what capitalism was and capitalism could be that has been uncritically transferred across Europe and the world, I think, at the time. This manual, I think, does a good job in reminding us that it doesn't function like this. This is not how you transform capitalism, because capitalism isn't just one, isn't only the capitalism we saw in London, we had in London or in the UK at the end of the 20th century or in the Northern European or American countries. we have varieties of capitalism, and in each place, in each region of this complex continent in which we are, the entrenchment between culture, development and creativity happen in different ways over time. For instance, something that we should remind, and I think that the manual does, this policy manual does, we should remind that there are, in certain places in Europe and in this project as well, creativity and culture intertwined with development and of place and business long ago, where in certain places we have centuries of profound and mutually aware connections between business, local development and creativity. In other places this happened later. And I think this is another element that we forgot for a long time, for quite a few years in the first decades of this century. And we need to go back to these different trajectories of the relationship between what we call creativity, what we call culture, and what we call local economic development. The insistence, for instance, on the elements, on the policy some advice at 3.6, 3.4, 3.2, this idea of rethinking the very idea of innovation. What is innovation? This massive reliance we've had in the last few years on a narrowly defined technological notion of innovation, with this rhetorical repetition of the digital as if that was a kind of magic bullet that would solve all the problems of creativity. The going back to the human dimension of creativity, again, the locality of creativity, the idea that there is potential in places that can be discovered in a creative way. Another element which I found paradoxical in the policies for creativity in the last few years is that there was little creativity in creative policies. So to the extent that they were replicated from an origin which was remote, both not so much physically, but it was remote ideologically and historically, this replication of something that does not connect to the place reduce the level of creativity of policymaking at the local level. And the additional element, which I might discuss later, is how do you become creative as a policymaker locally? Can we talk of a creative bureaucracy? This is the challenge that was, I think, left at the end. What is the role for the state? Can the state be creative?
I think the title, The Wisdom of Place, and what you just said really enforces the message that you, Mr. Faisal, brought in your presentation, that if we want to go for change and innovation, we need to look at the private, public and corporate level. So that brings me to my next question. We know you are well connected to the policy-making sphere in Europe. So could you tell us how this manual fits into existing European initiatives, existing ones, but also the ones that are under development?
Well, it fits, as I said, in this trend that regions are taking up cultural creative industries as a strategy, as a part of their policy. And this has been ongoing since about 6-7 years. Also that regional development funds are opened to invest into museums and other parts. So as you know, monitoring those investments of the public sector and also influenced the policies. And I think the European Capital of Culture is another example of European policies reaching down to those local levels. But what has not taken place is this kind of inversion of the question, how would creative industries then change European policy? As the colleague just said, you know, how can a politician be creative? And on the other hand, we see that at least this new commission under President von der Leyen picked this up, because she reorganized the way her cabinet works. There are cross-sectorial or cross-DG members which are in charge of overarching topics like digitalization or like Green Deal. So they are not any longer in a DG silo. I don't want to say that a DG silo is not good having, but it's not enough. You know, it needs to be added by those lateral activities, and that at least has taken place. And then on top, the new policy initiative for the European Bauhaus is an example of how policy itself changed. When von der Leyen brought this project forward in her statement on the year, you know, I think it was 2020, there was not an existing program. And the Commission was totally overrun by the uptake of the sector, and they had to develop on a speed method quite differently in difference to what they usually do, a program. And here you could see that the Commission adapted its policy making. The making of its own policies changed. And while this was now an exception and maybe happened by accident, I think it's a good example which could be mainstreamed and where you could say just dare it to develop your policy with the sector and execute it while you are doing it. And that's something which I found in the policy recommendation you have here, which I highlighted when you said, go beyond blueprints. Don't separate any longer research from doing, but have an interactive research, and while you are researching your object, you are changing it. And I think that's a direction we have to go.
Yeah. Well, I also think that we are already on a good way. You referred to Europe policy making, and Ms. Warszawski, I was quite impressed by the way that the CCI have already found their way into the Israel case. How many actions you could present us, how many best practices you could already present us. So that made me think that in Israel there's quite a hands-on approach. So that's why I want to ask you, what's the Israel experience with these type of strategies?
So still in Israel, the formal definition of innovation, which is a law, is only technological innovation. And all governmental funding are going only for technological innovation. And now the Ministry of Economy started a process, which I'm very proud of, to expand the definition of innovation. So there is a cross-ministry committee starting to study this direction and the meaning of non-technological innovation as a mean of moving forward and something we cannot neglect anymore. So this is something very positive to see that they are really doing at the moment. And I must say that the openness to explore new territories of innovation and the contribution to CCI to innovation and productivity was really interesting. And in fact, we saw that in their own processes, they work on already with design thinking processes when they develop public services, for example. In the health ministry, or other ministries, when they work on how to make the government services more accessible, they use design thinking methods and sometimes design thinking or design strategy companies, but they were not aware for that. And many of the tools that we spoke in correlation to industrial companies, for example, developing a user experience in order to engage better clients or the citizens into different practices. Using gamification. I mean, gaming is not only for the gaming sector, but gamification only to motivate people to cope up with some health procedure or something like that. Video, storytelling, all those tools, they can really help developing new experiences and new services also in the government sector. Another thing that happened in the last years that is very interesting is that the Higher Education Ministry set up entrepreneurship, is funding entrepreneurship centers within higher education. And few of them are across university centers. So, for example, could be a design university together with a traditional university. So, building bridges also between academia when they really start to learn about entrepreneurial journeys. So, those things are really interesting to see that they happen. And when we talk about wisdom of the place, so I take it into the wisdom of different sector, and it's very important to be open to learn from wisdom of the other if we work with the government, so to understand what language and what data they need in order to take actions. And when we collaborate between design and digital or technology, so to learn about the different languages and the different wisdoms in order to be able to work together.
Yeah. What I hear most is the collaboration. We need to look across different sectors. I hear about raising awareness because most of the time some policymakers don't even know that they're already on the good way. They're already implementing good practices and design thinking into their policies. But I also hear that it's really now time to still spread the word. And Josefine, we have the policy manual now at hand that is available to be spread to the world. What steps do you think are necessary to ensure greatest uptake?
Maybe I would relate to only briefly what Tami said, because I agree that we have to start with a formal definition of innovation. But for example, we in our region, we do have a definition that goes beyond the very technological notion, but still it's not yet reflected in the funding schemes, or not sufficiently reflected in the funding schemes, I would say. So I think that even if you have a broader understanding of innovation, there is still a lot of work to do then to really take it into practice and to prove that it really works through these kind of concepts that were just mentioned by the colleagues, through open innovation processes, bringing people also in, Fabrizio related to the importance of the space and the place. I think it's crucial that we position creative industries not as this, hype, urban, metropolitan, phenomenon, but that we also organize the transfer into more rural regions, and also allow the creatives, the urban creatives, to learn from local and regional traditions. So what is the status with the paper now? It has been shared with European networks, the partners. They made a list with several stakeholders on their national and regional politics and administration, and it's shared among these networks. But as I said before, the paper itself won't do it, right? It's, as we all know, paper is very patient, and it can only be used as a level for starting and continuing a dialogue, and to take the creative industries discourse really to a next level. I think we now need some sticky and snackable messages that we can convey to politics and administration. And let me maybe formulate two of these messages. Bernd already related to the new European Bauhaus initiative by the European Commission. And I think it's a great achievement that we have now the Cluster 2 in the Horizon Europe program, which is the first time that culture and creativity play a role in the, in the major research and development program of the European Union. and the ECBN engaged very much in making this happen. But I'm truly convinced that we need to mainstream artistic and design thinking at the heart of both basis as well as applied research. So one snackable message could be that every research project in Europe that works on solving challenges for a more sustainable economy and inclusive society has to take artists and designers into their teams. And Fabrizio also related to the role of creativity in education. If we take seriously the notion that creative competences are key to the future of our economies and societies, then something very fundamental has to change in our education system. I perceive the education system as one of the most conservative systems we have in our societies. There are exceptions in Europe, of course, but I would say for most of the European countries, this is true. So we should aim for that. And until that changes, I think we should aim for that every child gets access to a makerspace where it can get a hierarchy-free, engaging, and emancipatory access to technologies and crafts. But you asked for greatest uptake. So what can we do about it now? We in Chemnitz and Saxony, we take up the findings of the INDUCCI project and the manual in various ways. We put the transformative power of creative industries at the very heart of one of the 4 flagship programs of the European Capital of Culture, Chemnitz 2025. And there we directly build upon the experiences of the INDUCCI project and will show Europe how the connection between the maker scene, creative industries, and traditional companies can not only contribute to innovation, but also to social cohesion and making young people stay in the region. It will also help us diversifying our tourism landscape and making visitors real co-producers of European ideas and local traditions. At the same time, on the regional level, where I'm mostly working on, the strategy paper is very helpful when we talk to different ministries. We use the insights and ideas to inform our talks with digital agencies, with the leader regional managements, for example, and other authorities to infuse these ideas in funding and support schemes on many levels as possible.
Okay, thank you, Josefine. Sticky and snackable messages. I like the sound of that, so I want to put that one into the group again. And Mr. Fezel, I saw you raising the hand because you wanted to add something.
I was just inspired again by your plea for the artistic innovation. And I want to highlight this again, how important to understand this change. Also in relation to this new kind of partnerships, can politicians be more creative? How do we relate the public, the private, and the grassroots level? And so far, a policy is designed, as we also use it in terms of blueprints, for replicable results. But here in our sector, there might be situations where you can do it just once. And this will do it. It cannot be replicated. Still, it is worthwhile doing, still it's an innovation. And seeing this new world we're in, with Putin, the war, with the climate crisis, we might just not have time to test and pilot for years. Things need to be done. And they need to be done quicker than before. So what does it mean for innovation in research and for policy design? And I think artistic methods are something one can learn from, this kind of one point in time innovation, which is not replicable, under standardized results everywhere around the planet, that's where you usually define a lab in science research, but this is not at hand. So I think it's really worthwhile seeing this combination, artistic innovation, different policy making, and that also relates to different nudging, to different dissemination. I think you should take your manual to the Creative Bureaucracy Festival and other places where it's not about creative industries. Talk to as many people as possible which are not from our sector.
Yes, thank you. We will pass the message to the partnership. You just defined another step for us to take, an advantageous step. Do the other two panelists also have such a snack?
I don't know if in advice, but I see in parallel to government the more and more dominant role that the big companies are taking. We see it in the war in Ukraine and in Russia. They really become activists and they do something sometimes much faster and quicker than response than government can do. And I really think that creativity is part of DNA of and will be a more central part in any company. And I see there a very if we talk about time to market and if there is really a justification for that, so the private market can take that much quicker, and then this will help based on case studies that you will be able to prove with different companies, then to go with that to the government and then define policies around after developing the best practices with the companies. So I see that they have a real big power to move that forward as well.
May I disagree with this? Fundamentally.
Okay.
I think this is part of the problem, not the solution. This idea that the public learns fundamentally from the private, and that solutions first have to be sort of designed, implemented, marketed, extracted profits from by the good companies that become activists, and then the public follows, because the public has to learn, because the public has to implement design thinking, because the public has to behave like the private. This is not collaboration. This is what went wrong in the last 30 years. This is the last slide of Mariana Mazzucato outlining the problem. We've been thinking that partnership is a declaration of a stronger force, the market, in which real people know what to do because they're profit-oriented. They develop solutions and then they transfer that to the public sector. This has proven to be false and profoundly dangerous for our societies. We need to do the reverse. We need to ask, what can the market learn from the public, social, collective, democratic process? We need to ask that question. This is the essence, I think, of creative bureaucracy, creative policy making, going back to the democratic, popular, engaging, non-profit orientation of innovation, rather than assuming that you only produce innovation if you are driven by profit and by the market. This is what I read in this necessity to rethink the relationship also for cultural and creative policies, to fundamentally rethink the relationship between innovation and public policy, bringing back the idea of democracy. Who is accountable at the end of the day for these solutions that we provide? If the solutions are invented in the market-oriented, profit-oriented sector and then transfer to the public, who can we blame as citizens at the end of the day? I dream of a world in which I can vote for the person that takes a solution on my behalf. And if this person is in the board of a profit-oriented corporation, I can't control and I can't express my view. So this is what we deeply have to ask ourselves, I think.
Okay, Mr. Fiesel?
Just want to pick this up. I think you see this change also with the Commissioner Gabriel, shifting the DG on research and innovation. I would say not away maybe from tech, but adding it around social innovation and bringing forward just a few months at least ago, it's just a very early start, saying that citizens need to be empowered to be innovators. I mean, this is all the tech language which is transferred, but it's a start. in saying there are different innovators. They're not only companies, they're not only private, they're decentralized, and usually they cannot even apply for innovation funding at the European Union. Yeah, so there is a renegotiation taking place, and that's why I put forward Marianne Mazzucato exactly to nudge on this and to renegotiate these levels of partnerships. And that would also mean, if you think it through, that we need a big boost of investment and of confidence on the public sector. So far, major policymakers, if from left or right, would always unite and say, less public sector is good. But I also think there we see from COVID that this is not always true, and maybe we have to be even more radical and say it's in most of the cases not true. You know, this needs to be now defined more specifically. But on the other hand, I think we don't have to be naive that all innovations which are coming from citizens are good innovations. They can fail also. So we have to, I think, you know, be more tolerant and be more ready to accept that innovations fail. If they're done by companies, and I agree with your criticism, but we also have to safeguard social innovation and citizens, they will fail also. And then it's not time to say, okay, because they fail, they can't do it, leave it. You know, in the startup scene, it's usual to say from 10 startups, 8 fail. Just imagine if a theater director would dare to say this, you know. I opened 10 theater pieces, and I know 8 will fail, they will be empty, nobody will come. He will lose his job. You know, in the cultural sector, we have to perform much better than in the startup sector.
Yeah, but this is part of the problem.
Yeah.
Why do we accept failure when failure comes in the name of profit?
Yeah.
And why aren't we able to accept failure when it comes in the name of collective good?
Good, exactly.
That's a fundamental democratic
Yeah.
problem, I think.
I'd like to conclude that I think it's a matter of finding the right balance. Finding the right balance between providing input, listening to people, and bringing together all these initiatives, and that we, as you have to say, allow the trial and error to take place, especially as you said, Mr. Fiesel, and that's why what we started the conference with is that Europe is changing, is challenging, is facing a major challenge, and it needs quick responses, quick solutions, and cultural and creative industries can help in that. In that phase, if we allow them to go for it and to maybe fail once, and that's also a message I think we should send out to the policymakers. And with this message, I hope everyone is okay with it, because I have to close the panel talk now. And so the viewers at home, I would like to welcome you in 15 minutes, and the people here in the room, we offer you some coffee and water, and take a 15 minutes break, and then we will be back. Before I pass on the moderation of that talk to Karsten Debes, who is from the Economic Development Corporation of Chemnitz, I have a video message for you from one of the partners of the project, Tina and Katrin. So let's watch and listen.
Hello, we are Tina Duarte and Katrin Weber from the INDUCCI project. We are very happy to be here today and give you little insight into the work package we were responsible for. This work package focused on policies and stakeholder initiatives fostering CCI in industrial regions. The work package acted as a policy incubator for the INDUCCI project and aimed at influencing existing strategic frames. CCI policies, strategies, support office, funding schemes are a challenging subject due to the novelty of the topic of CCI in industrial regions and due to the non-conformity of the CCI sector. During the INDUCCI project runtime, all project partners analyzed how CCI can be broadly positioned in the region to be better connected to local and regional industrial companies, to other creatives, local and regional administration and society. Analysis, policies and stakeholder initiatives implemented in the INDUCCI project aimed at strengthening the ecosystem of CCI in the 8 European industrial regions. In the following, we will present some of the tasks of this work package. Let's start with the competency training. While in metropolitan regions, cultural and creative industries may be better connected with each other or better considered and perceived by administrative staff, CCI in industrial regions could suffer less importance. The starting point of the development of the training was to raise the awareness of the unique contributions of the cultural and creative industries to industrial regions. Every project partner focused on different approaches, but the key objectives, the ideas behind the development of the competency trainings were: inform the administrative staff about needs, skills, and innovation potential of CCI, impart the core knowledge about the CCI ecosystem like infrastructure, methods, specific characteristics, and networks, and establish direct contacts between administration and CCI entrepreneurs. While our partners from Chemnitz gave insights to CCI on-site and region and introduced typical CCI working methods, the Austrian partners focused on the need of many municipalities and regional developers to increase the creativity and innovation in the region. Their training spotlighted brownfields and their potential for a municipality. The partners from Czech Republic aimed at the knowledge transfer of the needs of CCI, and in Poland, the partners wanted to let the administrative staff get outside of the box of their daily work routine, while the Italian partners wanted to improve the quality service of public operators concerning the needs of regional CCI. The Business Support Center in Slovenia provided a room for exchange of experiences between CCI and representatives from administration. The Belgian partners built bridges between the administrative level and CCI companies, clarifying a common vision on future development of CCI in the region. To summarize, a capacity building of administration staff through trainings was tested in all project regions, all 8 of these, with 94 participants involved. The training schemes were jointly evaluated among the INDUCCI partners. What was the outcome of these trainings? The administrative staff got to know CCI workspaces and creative techniques, in-depth knowledge about CCI. In the end, concrete actions have started: CCI mapping, networking, cooperations, and so on. And finally, they raised the awareness for potential of CCI in industrial regions. As a complement of the administrative trainings the partners developed, we as leaders were responsible for developing an online platform for informing administrative staff about CCI basics. Here you can see some screenshots of the e-learning webpage. This platform is independent from the training itself. The partners were invited to integrate it into their competency training. All the information is in English and available under the link you can see on the bottom of the page.
Also, another work package was the regional policy papers, which were written for 8 industrial regions by 7 partners. In the first step, partners wrote an analysis to find out which CCI structures and CCI organizations and networks already exist in their region. In the second step, various projects, aka test cases, were implemented in each region, testing individual approaches for awareness raising, better visibility, and networking of CCI. Also to see what can be implemented well and what achieves their desired results or not. In a third step, partners formulated policy papers and incorporated the respective findings from the analysis and test cases in order to formulate concrete demands for the region or improve existing regional CCI strategies. Those papers are about to be adopted by policy bodies in the region. I would like to pick here some recommendations to give you a short insight. Promoting creative places or reuse of industrial spaces. Promote the use of old industrial buildings, multiple use of rooms, or the reallocations of, e.g., former brownfields. Meaning on policy level, provide the infrastructure for implementation. Start continue stimulating cooperation between CCI and other sectors, meaning cooperations between creative and small and medium enterprises, industrial companies, local crafts, research and development institutions. Initiatives and organizations are already pushing cooperations in the partner regions, and a trend is going on. Though it might take some time for successful cooperation, it will have a long-term effect for the participants, new traditions, and the region at all. Other recommendations focus on the development of creative thinking among the young generation, meaning include creativity and arts in technology-oriented education, develop informal forms of knowledge acquisition, and establish CCI as a promising future field through open platforms, creative formats, or inviting CCI to cooperate with schools. Build creative capacity, boost regional CCI structures, support creative thinking of the public, and support regional cooperation and strategic integration of CCI by trainings for administration, professionalization of CCI, or awareness rising among the region. CCI should be a part in regional development and planning processes. The pictures you saw here have been the pilots tested in INDUCCI, fostering cooperation between CCI and society and other sectors. The toolbox, at the last point, I would like to give you an insight into our e-toolbox, a practical guide where most promising approaches from our project are made available to other industrial regions and European CCI networks for policy take-up. The e-toolbox contains 3 areas: how to involve stakeholders, how to realize a CCI competency training for administrative staff, and an overview of profiles from some of our partners' best practices. We also listed a short overview of creative methods like artistic thinking or design thinking. This toolbox is for creative entrepreneurs, industrial companies and clusters, education training centers or schools who would like to cooperate with creatives, business support organizations, education and research organizations, and in general, everyone interested in the topic of fostering CCI in industrial regions. So this was a short overview of one strategic work package of INDUCCI. If you have any questions, please feel free to contact us. Thank you for your attention, and we wish you all a good conference.
Bye.
And warmly welcome to our first deep talk here in the sofa corner and in the room with our audience and at home at the screens. I would first of all thank greatly to our colleagues from Saxony who prepared this video footage. I think they gave us a lot of food for talking. We probably won't be able to touch all of the aspects they were mentioning. I'm very much honored to moderate this first deep talk, and I'm very happy to have with me panelists that have pronounced expertise, I would say. All 3 of them, and in fact there should be a third coming onto the screen. Yes, hello, Mikael, can you hear us?
Hello, yes. Very good. Loud and clear.
Glad that the technique works out well. Yes, so there are 3 panelists with me, and they are, I would say, designated practitioners who know Central Europe realities on the ground from their daily work. They have to do what we've been hearing in the morning, I would say maybe on a more abstract or meta level. They know how it feels on the ground. And they can, all of them, they can truly contribute to our conference topic because they come from and work in long-standing industrial hotspots of Central Europe, which are at this moment turning towards CCI as a booster for transformation. So with me is Jana Belo-Hubkova. She's the head of the strategic planning department at the regional administration of Karlovy Vary in Czech Republic.
Good morning.
And Jana and the administration were associated partners to the INDUCCI project. With me is Michal Hladký on the screen. He's the director of Creative Industry Košice in Slovakia, and he's been an external to INDUCCI, following up maybe, but not involved directly. Hello, Michal.
Hello, my pleasure to being here.
And finally, we have Søren Uhle with us on the sofa. You have met him in the welcoming already. He's the CEO of the Economic Development Corporation in Chemnitz, Germany. And this company was not only lead partner, but also doing practical work on the ground as all the other regions. So this deep talk is all about, I would say, strategic practice. And without much further ado, I would like to move on to a first topic that was also mentioned in the video. One of the key strategic elements that were tested in INDUCCI were competence trainings on CCI, competence trainings offered towards administration staff. So public administration getting acquainted with CCI in trainings. And this happened in all of the regions, as we've heard, and so also in Chemnitz. And Søren, let me start with you, please. Why would you say, why are such trainings necessary, first of all? And what change are they supposed to make? And this is the question why, and then another question would add on to it, what came out of it? Was it successful, and what remains?
Yeah, I think the most important thing that we realize these trainings are and changing in the mindset of the people, and in a special way in the public administration, because I don't have only the people who are works in this administration, there is also an organization level with their own culture. And this both dimensions are influenced the creativity of the people and of the workers inside. And the training has a chance of reflection of the own abilities and of the own action. And you can reflect what is the hints and what is the problems that I don't be creative in a daily work. And in this way, there is a mindset topic for this admin training, that the people can reflect this. And the results of this training are that the people after that better know and better understand in which phases of the work they can be more creative as in other parts of a day or inside the organization.
Okay, cool. Thank you for your insight. Maybe I move on to you, Michal. Since you were not part of INDUCCI, it is anyway very interesting to have your external view. And I know that CK, your company, is also well familiar with administration staff trainings. Since you have been running similar formats in your region, maybe before and also after Košice became European capital of culture, it seems to be, this capital of culture seems to be a big lever for culture and creativity. It really seems to work out. So the question to you, what can you recommend? Should these trainings be turned into a permanent offer now that they have been successfully tested and their results have come up? So should they become a permanent offer? And how is it organized in Košice?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, indeed, I think this should be a permanent offer or situation at the municipality or any administration, being also regional. So our experience with the European Capital of Culture was very much, I would say, practical. So we decided to run for the European Capital of Culture, and then, as Søren already said, it was, I wouldn't call it a clash, but it was a meeting of different mindsets. So, and if you as an organization or city trying to develop culture creative industries as a part of your strategic development or part of a project as European Capital of Culture was, then this is a goal for politicians, but for the officers or administration this is a process. It's not just, it's going to happen. So, and they really somehow have to be involved in the process. And this includes not only a practical organizing of anything what's needed, but it's also development of knowledge, finding the right skills, helping those officers understand that now we're going to experiment a little bit. Now there will be an innovation. Now there will be a lot of partnership and collaboration taking place. What probably didn't happen before, at least it was a case in Košice. So then the culture-led development wasn't present. So we started 2007-8, and it took 5 years till 2013 when city was designated to being European Capital of Culture. But it didn't end it there. So we knew that if we want to develop further, we need to partner with the city, we need to partner with administration. So all the goals we have as an organization, even if we are established by the city, but we represent creative industries, we represent culture sector, we represent really international collaborations, international projects. So, and this somehow has to have a soft landing or ground also on an administration level. And this includes trainings, this includes partnership and collaboration with those people working in a public sector in the municipality. So now with the other projects, we really focus on what already has been mentioned in the morning, which is well-being and how culture creative industries could improve the well-being of citizens in the city of Košice and region, etc. So we started also with different trainings which support this. This includes design thinking, obviously, partnerships, understanding the value of money and how be effective in what we bring to citizens, but also how to include participation as a practice in strategic development of the city, and how to operate as a living lab. So that's as a city, as a learning organism, and that brings at the end one of our goals also the change of a culture within the municipality.
Mikael, maybe I can add on with a question on that. Since you have been doing it for such a long time, and as I understood, you're still on this way and doing trainings, or say you nurture this relation with the public administration. Can you see some sort of development in the administration, or does it stay on a certain level and you just try to keep the level?
Yeah, we definitely see the results. It's much easier to come up with experimental or innovation led projects at the moment, because the municipality or administration already has an experience. So What really needs time is building trust. So that's what hopefully we're over, or we we just build that trust. So now when we come with ideas or projects or collaborations, it is really much easier for us to convince the municipality or politicians to get into the projects. So it definitely brought results. And also on a practical level, it's much easier to communicate with the administration in the practicalities, because they already experienced that and they have a training, they know what to expect.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Maybe back to you, Søren. Now you've listened to Mikael. What do you perceive what could be next steps now that the project is over, the testing phase is over? What should follow up now on that topic of administration development?
I think the big challenge for us and for every people in a city or in this structure is that we integrate that in the daily work, in our daily relationships between us and the public administration or a municipality, for instance. And in this way, also the reflection that we can enable a process of creativity or creative collaboration and so on. And this is with daily use. And if you have a daily use, then you are stronger, and the situation for the people would be a little bit more stable. Our experience in the training is the first one of the people is, oh, that's very fantastic and creative methods and so on. But this, the second truth in this way is, what is with your own mindset? And how can the method of creativity or for instance, a design sprint or also, how can the change in the municipality, in the daily work of this people of the single worker? And in this way, I think it's every day we have to order or to have to convince about the daily use, and also in a good collaboration with us. Very cool, not too. I think we have a good relationship, and in this way we are ourselves a very important role model for that.
Okay, interesting aspect as well, to that you have to convince with what you do yourself as well. But as I understood now, and for summing up, maybe it's about this injection moment of a training that kicks something off, but and it should be maybe also repeated to be a booster, and then but it also needs the daily routine behind it and the daily proof of that it works. And maybe I found it quite interesting to link it up actually to the panel talk that was here before, or the creative bureaucracy festival was mentioned, and I found this quite interesting because what they do in this festival we also did in some way on a very local regional level, so that matches up, and I found this interesting. Also, this could also be an interesting information to give out to those participants, the 94 that we've heard, that were part of the training, to point them to that international German-based festival for keeping it going. But thank you for this first round, and I would like to move to a second core outcome of the INDUCCI project, which were the regional CCI strategies. And now it is definitely your time, Jana. I'm really interested. I mean, you work for the strategic department, planning department, so that sounds like the partner to address such a strategy too. So, and it was a strategy written outside of your organization. So not initiated by you, but coming, or you were integrated. And maybe you can just share a little bit how it felt to be part of that process, and how, in the end, the strategy was taken up by your institution and maybe also by other key stakeholders of your region?
Yeah, I'm responsible for public sphere in the Karlovar region, so it seems I'm on the other side than both of my colleagues here in a panel discussion. But it's true that in case of the strategy of the project, we deeply cooperate with the regular project partner, with microregion Sokolov East. So I have to say that the strategy is very compatible with the strategy of the Karlovar region. It's very compatible with smart specialization strategy, what we already have. So it's a basic for the good implementation of the strategy of the project. And I have to say that I hope it helps us to grown up to make a better implementation of the strategy. And I also have to say that in case of the project, we realized a small mapping of the creative industry in the region. It was a basic for finding and attract key stakeholders in the region. So it's something what we have to go on, what we have to continue with. It's not something what we have already done and that's it. Mm-hmm. So we have to work with it, and what you also mentioned, networking and speaking with key stakeholders in the region is the most important thing what we should do. So it's hard for us to find the same language to speak with them because it's something different. We are public workers. Yeah. We are public workers. We have some special Esperanto. We have some special language, and the people who are stakeholders in a CCI has also different type of speech. So it's not about language like English, German, Czech. Mm-hmm. It's about different thinking. So this is the way what we should do. And in case of implementation of the strategy, I also have to mention politicians. I have to mention political power and policymakers. That is a very important target group for realization or implementation of each strategy. And I have to say that in case of Karlovar region, we have many politicians, especially on the regional level, that has already adopted that CCI exists. They adopt the idea, and we also at the beginning of preparing of some crucial project for supporting of CCI. So maybe we will speak about in the next questions.
Okay, cool. It sounds to me like that a first impact has been made, maybe through the project, but also through the strategic approach with writing a policy paper to make policy makers aware of that there exists something like a CCI or CCS. So that is already a first impact. Can you see other impacts that were already initiated through the process or through the policy paper claims?
Yeah, of course we have. We have also at this moment we also have good examples of concrete activities. What we have already done in CCI. The concrete activities should be, for example, innovative and creative vouchers. that we realized. I don't know if you know what does it mean, creative for innovation vouchers. It's a financial supporting of entrepreneurs and NGOs and people who work on their own in a creative or innovative branch, and we support them to cooperate with some research development center. It's not generally about research development center. It should be also cooperation with the university. It's supporting of and grew up their activities to exchange their thinking and to open their mind into the new activities. So it's not about big money. It's about impulse. It's about first impulse. And this is the good example of what we do in CCI. Of course, we also have some, in case of CCI, we also have, also because of mapping, we have a CCI platform. This is a discussion platform with the main stakeholders in this branch. It means with universities, with research development center and the others. So this is also the example what we will do, and we also have, but it's just an idea. We have prepared a few projects. For example, we would like to create a CCI office. It should be it's like a soft project, so it should be about a group of people that should help stakeholders in CCI to find, for example, good way how to do it, to cover CCI key players with their activities, to help them ask for grants and the others. So this is the idea what we have, and we also would like to support the idea by the EU funds. So it's one of the examples.
Oh, very, very interesting.
It's in our mind, but well, I hope it will work.
That's the starting point always, isn't it? To have something in the mind. Imagination, we heard this morning, is the key. Yes, maybe let's, for a last spotlight with you, let's look at, you mentioned the smart specialization strategy and how well it fits. Maybe we can go back to that integration aspect, how to integrate this policy paper into existing strategies, how to align it, and you are also part of the Just Transition Fund programming, and so can you make use of the INDUCCI policy paper in that respect as well, or use the JTF fund for financing ideas from policy paper? So is there a linkage there?
Yeah, Just Transition Fund, it's a big topic in our region in these days, because it's something new for us. It's Just Transition Fund. It's a new fund that is on the same level like ERDF, for example. So it's a big thing for us, and we are part of it. And in case of the Czech Republic, we prepare an operational program related to JTF. It's not in the hand of the region. It's the responsibility is in the hand of Ministry of Agriculture, and from the 14 regions in the Czech Republic, the only 3 regions are involved in the JTF. It's because of the fact we are a region in transition. So we hardly work on this operational program with the ministry. We try to find appropriate measures to be supported. And in case of the Karlovar region, we work on strategic projects and also grant schemes related to the Just Transition Fund, and the strategic projects what we would like to support from the JTF. It should be, for example, Research Innovation Center, its infrastructure project in the Karlovar region, because unfortunately we still miss in the region public innovation center. We don't have any. We have a few private one, but it's a different function of it. So it works by the different way than the public innovation center. And in case of soft project that we prepare to be covered by the JTF, I should mention grant scheme that we will be as a region responsible for it, and the grant schemes related to entrepreneurship and digital innovation and human resources. There are 3 topics that we would like to support, and to be concrete, what we support, it should be also about innovation and creative vouchers. It should be about supporting of startups and the similar activities. So we are ready for the money. So we hope we will be successful in this.
Thank you very much, Anna, for this insight and for being very to the point of what it concretely means for hopefully for the next future. Moving to the neighbor, Karlsbad, Chemnitz neighbors across the mountain top.
30 kilometers.
Sören, back to you. Also in Chemnitz, you have developed a strategy, a policy paper, which actually show it. We missed to take it with us. It's such a nice paper, but it will be online after the conference in the upcoming days. Yes, the Chemnitz strategy. Maybe the question to you: has it been welcomed with open arms by the stakeholders, by the politicians? Maybe there's a difference between stakeholders and politicians, or did you have to fight hard to get it on the screen?
I think it's a maybe another fight. Maybe you mentioned it's a fight against a little bit ignorance. Maybe because we have seven points what we aims with the policy paper, and you have the very concrete and hard facts like enabling infrastructures for creativity. Everybody says, yeah, top, yes, we do it the same way in the past and in the present and in the future. And then you have capacity building. It's also a good headline for all, also for the creativity. And then you have, and I think it's the connection of all topics we have discussed here. It's the moment where the people be affected by the topic itself itself, because if they are, is our last point 7. I think it's a strange number. This point 7 sounds be a role model, as a stakeholder or in a municipality, that you have that you use the creative methods, also a good atmosphere. Also, there is also a part of a welcome message to others, to make a collaboration with that. You know, it's an atmosphere and another part. Then you can't give that as a hard facts. It's very soft, and it influences their own behavior, and that's the problem of that. I think challenge that we all have our aim is that we with INDUCCI, with the results of that we are influence the human behavior, and we make a transfer in the methods, but also in the organization and in the culture in this organization and institutions.
Okay.
And I think in this way starts the ignorance, because not my part. It's not my. It's we are enabling the infrastructures in creativity. Okay. The rest is not mine. That's the point. I think.
As we understand, there's still a lot to do. And there's still a lot of stakeholders to be convinced. So it probably makes a lot of sense to work on promoting the strategies and giving it to the right people, hoping that they help you in this job. Maybe for closing, because the session comes to its end. Maybe Mikael, just since we have you with us, just a very short flashlight from your experience. Is it more important to have a strategy, or is it more relevant to do practice on the ground? And maybe just give it quite shortly, and let us have this as a wrapping up of this nice little session that I enjoyed very much. Thank you for participating. Already.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the question. Well, I think it comes hand in hand. So somehow you have to have a practical examples, pilots or prototypes to convince for scaling up this as a policy, either on a local level or regional level. But you also have to have a strategy which as an umbrella serves to point out with vision and the mission it brings, that everyone in a partnership, everyone contributing to the strategy knows where they are heading, because otherwise everyone goes their direction and you can't really come up with a coherent result. So I think you need practical examples to support what you're doing, but you also need a vision which comes with the strategy. So that's our learning, at least.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much also for this last contribution. So let's go on with the strategies, and let's also go on with the practice. The practice will probably come in, well, I know it comes in the afternoon. So thank you for this SOFA talk. To my panelists, remote and physically here, and back the word to Ina on the stage.
Thank you.
Thank you, bye.
Okay, we have already reached the final part of the program. Time is flying when you're having fun, they always say. And in the meantime, Christoph Ebermann will join us online. He is the Deputy Head of the Monitoring and Evaluation Unit of the Interreg Central Europe program. And that's a program that funded the INDUCCI project. So, hello, Mr. Ebermann. I hope you can hear us well.
Yes, good afternoon.
Okay, but there's a small problem with your sound.
Okay.
Now it's fine, thank you.
Okay, perfect.
So as I said, the Interreg Central Europe program funded the INDUCCI project, so you know it very well. So you closely followed up on it the previous years, and you also participated in this setting today online. So maybe ask you to reflect on the project in general and on the footprint that it has left, but also on what you have heard today.
Thanks, Ina, and good afternoon from my side. So I'm very happy to be here at this session of this final conference of the INDUCCI project. I'm working at the Joint Secretariat of the Interreg Central Europe program, which is a transnational cooperation program, which is actually stretching from the Baltic Sea to the Adriatic Sea across 9 countries. And we are supporting, through the European Regional Development Fund, transnational cooperation projects within our program area. And maybe just to put the INDUCCI project into the larger frame, INDUCCI is one of our 24 projects which we have been supporting in the field of culture. where we have been allocating around 39 million euro EIDF for supporting cooperation. And in fact, this helped and allowed more than 240 institutions across Central Europe and beyond, of course, to cooperate in the frame of our projects. And yeah, I'm very pleased to be here because, as you were mentioning, Ina, I have been accompanying the INDUCCI project over the past years. The first time I touched upon it, it was in 2018 in the application process, and then the project started in 2019, and time is really flying by, and we are already 2022, and the project is about to end in a couple of days. So it's really interesting and good to see how successfully the project was, and to show and to learn all the lessons which were also presented in this morning's session on how culture and creative industries can be used as a driver for economic and societal transformation in regions which have a more character of traditional industrial regions. I took some notes during the session and tried to order my thoughts while listening to the very interesting different speakers we had this morning. And maybe to start with the last point we just heard on the importance on whether to have something on the ground or more something on the policy level or a mix of both. I fully agree to what we just heard, that actually a mix of a practical implementation of testing at local or regional level combined with a strategic policy level actions in order to foster the mainstreaming of the results, that the combination of both is actually a key success factor. And we have seen this in many projects, that actually it requires often the combination of both elements in order to have really a strong and visible to the people on the ground, a visible impact in the respective territories. Transnational cooperation, which is this the topic our program is supporting as a key tool, is thereby the vehicle in order to foster the testing and to support the testing, to foster the exchange of knowledge, of practices and experiences in order to allow to successfully implement the testing and to influence the mainstreaming of the policies. And then, of course, we have been talking at the beginning of the session about the really sad circumstances of the situation in Ukraine. And so transnational cooperation has also, of course, also a very important role in bringing people together across countries, across borders, and to strengthen the ties within the entire European area. And so the Interreg Central Europe program is just one of the transnational cooperation programs which are existing all across the European Union, in addition, of course, to the other Interreg programs which are at the cross-border level, fostering the cooperation and closing the ties beyond the borders in a cross-border settings. Coming back to this dimension of practical implementation plus a policy dimension, I think INDUCCI has really very well integrated both elements, and this was, I believe, also a very strong aspect of a success factor in order to support the goal achievement. And I think we have already heard, and we will hear also during the rest of the sessions, how successful and how very well the project and the partners did in using CCIs as a driver for change for traditional industrial regions. If I can sum up a bit what we heard, I would go for both sessions maybe, because I really found they were very well interlinked and really included very interesting elements. There's the morning session and then the second morning session, this deep talk session. I think it has really greatly shown that how the INDUCCI project results and CCIs as in general can influence the strategic frameworks and be a driver for regional development, and that there are two key components to be considered. One are the skills. So we've seen it in the frame of the INDUCCI project with the competence building of the staff and regional administrations as a key element of success, which was stressed several times. Same as for training stakeholders and partners, which was also mentioned in the manual, for example. So it's important to have the people on board, and as we heard, to change mindsets in order to integrate these change processes in the daily routines. And then as a second element, there is, of course, the policies, which we have here in this project as the regional strategies, which are a way of building the bridges and sustaining the results in the long term. And maybe just to underline, Interreg thereby has, of course, only limited funds, but we understand ourselves as being the seed for a change, which then needs to be taken up at local and regional level through such a policy change, and which can be then sustained by the people, which are then committed of the necessity of the change, and by tapping on funds, which are other local, regional, national, or other European funds, which are then allowing to roll out these results. And there we heard also the importance of being aligned and being well consistent with other regional strategies, like, for example, the smart specialization strategies, the S3 strategies. I think we also heard about two key elements from the projects, or two products of the project, which are very relevant. The e-toolbox we heard about, which I believe is a very helpful tool compiling the different information which allows the further rollout, not only in the partner territories involved in the project, but beyond. And then I believe the policy manual we heard in the first session about, I think it really includes very relevant policy recommendations. And I have to agree, it was also discussed in the first discussion round, the title. I really think the title is very well chosen, because wisdom of places is, this really makes sense. This is really the key essence, because it makes clear the territorial dimension is key, and that as it is highlighted, that the change is site specific. There is not one solution fits all, but it's always, it needs to be adapted to the setting of the respective territories. And in this regard, maybe just to put it into a broader frame, this is also exactly what stands in the Territorial Agenda 2030, which is the strategic framework for spatial planning and territorial development in Europe, which has as a title, A Future for All Places, and which is strongly highlighting the need of a place-based approaches and putting this emphasis on this territorial dimension, which you have also recognized in your policy recommendations document. So I really appreciate this a lot, and I find this very relevant and very useful. So as we can see, with the great examples which we have heard, and also from a Karlovy region and from Chemnitz, for example, CCIs can really be a driver for change in traditional industrial regions. And the tools which were developed in the frame of the project were successfully put in practice, and as we can see, are highly relevant in this regard. With this, maybe just to conclude, from Interreg Central Europe program side, we hope that these change processes, which have been triggered through this INDUCCI project, will continue at territorial level, will be scaled up and taken up in further policies, as we already heard, and where we, as I pointed out, hope that we have planted the seed for really continuing this change process. And then we hope, of course, that the cooperation between the project partners and beyond, across the borders in Central Europe, will be sustained and will continue also in the future. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you for these closing words. Yeah, maybe an applause, of course. It's a nice end of the morning program, and I heard you say, Mr. Ebermann, that it's important to have people on board. So I would like to say thank you to all of you for being on board with us this morning. For the people who are watching at home, we welcome you back at 2 o'clock. And the people here with us, we offer you lunch and a guided tour around Corda campus. So for the people who are interested in the guided tour, it starts at 1:20 at Corda Plaza, if I'm correct. And I also should pass on a message to the speakers of the afternoon program, because if they could stay a little bit longer, because they have to change the microphones. So that was it for me. I enjoyed it very much, and I hope you have a very pleasant rest of the day.
Welcome back at our final conference from INDUCCI. My name is Frank Maleschka, and I'll be your host for this afternoon. This afternoon we have again a promising program. We have 2 more deep talks that will inspire us. But first we will be inspired by Raf Degens. Raf Degens is the CEO of the Corda campus, and during the lunch we had already the opportunity to have a guided tour at the Corda campus, and we could see how it is today. And now Mr. Degens will take us into the future and tell us about the ambitious plans of Corda 2.0. Mr. Degens, the floor is yours. Please inspire us.
Thank you very much. I've got the assignment to get you over the famous afternoon dip after the lunch, so I will try to do that because you still have a very strong program afterwards. No, but I'm always happy to talk about this. This is my home place. Let's say it's something that we are really proud about. I'm going to talk a little bit through the idea and the vision behind, but more special, I'm going to give you some insights about the future. Because we just announced 3 weeks ago, I think, the next plan, what we call the master plan for the next 8 years. So what we're still going to do on our campus for the next 8 years. This is good to know. These are let's say, the 6 cornerstones that we use today on our campus and also in our future plans. What you have seen and what we bespoke already during the tour as well, it's a technology campus. So that's a deliberate choice that we made. It's not just a campus. We focus here on innovation and technology, but also in all aspects. It's about creativity. It's about technology. It goes very wide, of course. As you might have noticed, it's a very open campus. We come from a very closed environment, being an old Philips factory, to a very open environment. It's about community, entrepreneurship, and co-creation. That's what it is about, and what you will find back in the future plans as well. This is how the campus is today. So as we already told, you still see that signature of an old industrial site, which we like, to be honest, because we have seen as well other similar Philips factories in other regions that closed down as well, and that were fully broken down, let's say. We also did to some extent the same, but we kept the original Philips signature here in place. And we see as today, let's say, as part of the success that we have, it's kind of like that mix of old industrial buildings combined with new, but there as well not the normal standard office buildings, but new iconic buildings that we try to combine. Here is something as well, that's what we're really proud about, and I'm always really happy to talk about this, because I mean, take this home, and I've been talked about at a number of countries that are represented today. Take this home, because I truly believe that this is the model of the future in other countries as well. These kind of campus settings is really what I believe we should go to. Deliberate choice. Today we have 250 companies. 250. You have to imagine that. That's quite a lot on one and the same place. And again, it's a deliberate choice that we worked with startups. We have 100 startups on the campus, 260 people working for those startups. We have 130 scale-ups, and for us a scale-up is a company between 10 and 400 people. So if you are with 260, which is still okay, we just call you a scale-up. And then we have 12 corporate organizations. And the nice thing is that they really like to work with each other. Like 5 years ago, if you were a startup and you knocked on the door of a corporate, they were thinking like, okay, that's very nice, but please come back if you make your first revenue of 1 million and then we talk. Yeah? We see that's totally changing. The corporates are looking at the startups today in a sense that how is it possible that you can get that talented IT or that talented marketing guy? How is that possible? Yeah? And they're looking at the way they do the furniture in the office in the sense that, why are you doing it that way? So they're really looking at each other. The startup is looking at the corporate as a potential future investor. Yeah? So you see as well that they're really, really working together. That's really nice. On the contrary, because that might, let's say, look not sexy, but it is, we have public organizations on campus as well. And also that works really well because we have public organizations that are on coaching, on investments, on subsidies and so on. Yeah? So really important. And then the third layer, really important as well, we have the academic world on campus. We don't make bridges to universities and high school, we have them on campus, deliberate choice. Yeah? So you see that as well if you walk around. Every day we have 250 students here on campus. Yeah? And also that's what these companies, they like that a lot, and that young atmosphere. To give you an idea, the average age on campus is 28. Yeah? That keeps everybody young, I can promise you. We have 40 plus people here as well, but it keeps everybody sharp. This is maybe interesting as well. For the people who know Belgium, they're always kind of like surprised about the success that we have in this particular region. We come from very, very far. And I just explained in my group, I'm not sure if Hule did the same in the other group. We were before, we are that region right in the north, in the blue circle. We were a mining region for 50, 60 years. Yeah? The main economic industry here was mining. Yeah? They all closed, all the mines closed in the 80s. Yeah? It was a big, big disaster for this province. On top of that, we had like two bigger companies, Ford, Motor, and Philips here in Hasselt. Yeah? Those were the three big, let's say, employers in this region. We all lost them in the last 30 years. A normal region would say like, okay, that's it. Yeah? And every talented boy or girl would move back to Brussels or Antwerp. And here we took the opportunity to skip a step. And that's always what I tell to people, like that's a huge opportunity. If Philips or Ford would have stayed, we probably would have not made that step, and we would have lost them anyway. But like 10, 20 years ago, we started with the idea that let's do something new. We have the opportunity now to skip a step and to do something that is promising in the future. And that's why as well in this region we came up with campus models like this one. We are the biggest campus in the region, but we have other models similar. This one is focusing on ICT, technology innovation. We have another one that's focusing on drones. We have another one that's focusing on agricultural technology, but we bundle them in a campus. It's really important. Why am I focusing on this? Because we see today the opposite movement. We see today that especially young people in Belgium, I'm not talking about your country because you have all, let's say, your own situations, but I think it will be familiar. We see that young people, they don't go anymore to Brussels or Antwerp. Before everybody was moving out, Brussels and Antwerp for us in Belgium are the main economic, let's say, cities. We see another movement now, and you see as well, we are attracting people back, and a lot of people back from Brussels and Antwerp. And it's a very simple reason. We have a huge mobility issue in Brussels and Antwerp, and that helps me a lot, and they cannot solve that within the next 15 years. So I'm fine with that. We don't have a mobility issue here. And we see as well that it's about, the quality that people laughed with us 10 years ago, like, in the woods of Limburg, this region is called Limburg, it's now becoming, let's say, the high quality product of us. It's here about, indeed, it is a very green region, but we use it now as an added value. It's about the quality of working and living in this region is really high compared today with what you see in the other regions. And we fully play into that. You will see as well later on in our future vision. And I always say they don't like it in Antwerp and Brussels, but I say it there as well. We don't look anymore to Antwerp and Brussels. We don't do that anymore. We did that over the last 20 years, and it didn't make any sense. We look now to the other side. And that was being seen by, we have a lot of Chinese and American bigger organizations who are looking at this campus. And I feel with them, they're making just a circle of 80 kilometers. Yeah, they make that circle and they say, okay, 80 kilometers, we have 4 airports. I'm like 4 airports. Of course, you have Düsseldorf, you have Maastricht, you have the Netherlands and so on. So, okay, yeah, if you see it like that. Yeah. I say, okay, you have the harbor of Antwerp at 80 kilometers. Brussels, okay, that's fine, is at 80. But they look at, okay, and it's a half-hour drive to the Netherlands and a half-hour drive to Germany. Yeah, and they're like, wow, that's opening the whole European spectrum for us. Yeah, so they look, and that's always the kind of thing I try to say, we need to look at things from a bigger perspective. Americans and Chinese people do that. And we as Europeans, we don't do that. In fact, we as Belgians, we don't do that. I'm not sure if you do that, but as a Belgian, I can say we don't do that. We look 20 kilometers. Yeah? That's our perimeter, and everything beyond that is like, ooh, that's far away. Yeah? We need to step out of that situation. The thing that we did now, so also if you think, like, yeah, but I've been building this for the last 20 years, that's not true. We only exist 6 years. We started with the concept Corda as a campus in 2015, with the main building where you had lunch. That was the starting point of the campus. So we managed to get those 250 companies in the last 6 years. 5,000 people. Yeah, it's a big factory, 5,000 people. Yeah. That was the main focus point at that point in time. We're going to double the campus now in the next 8 years. Double it. We have 14, I don't know how you say that in English, hectares, yeah, if you know what I mean. 14 football fields. Let's put it like this. We're going to extend with another 9 football fields. Yeah. And the focus what we do now is not attracting companies anymore, because that doesn't work that easy. Yeah. We're now focusing on everything that we're going to invest in attracting talent. Yeah. And that's, I think, as well the same for you. If you manage to get talented people, and not only ICT guys, I'm talking about talented marketing, commercial, creative, name it, people to the campus, the companies will follow automatically. Automatically. Yeah? We see that already today. So with that in mind, here you see a little bit the new footprint. The red zone is what we're going to invest in now. With that in mind, we also did, and probably you're looking at your own country now, but we did an exercise and we went around the world and we looked at what the other 10 technology campuses in the world are working on. Because we believe as well that Google, it's easy for them because they San Francisco and they get all the talented people. That's not true. They always have to reinvest in themselves as well and in their campuses in order to get those talented people. So it was a really interesting journey that we did. I'm not going into the details, don't be afraid. Just something that we noticed, and I think that will be applicable for a lot of other sectors and industrial sites as well. First, what you need to do when we talk about a business campus like this is to make sure that what we call the business accommodation is there. That's the fundament. Yeah? It's about, and that's what you have seen, it's office format, co-working, incubator, catering, conference room, ta-da-da-da. Yeah? That's what you need to do first. The thing is now, if you want to double, like we do, to give you an idea, we have 100,000 square meters of offices, which is quite something. It's not the idea to double or to build another 100,000 square meters of offices, because then you will be a very boring office campus, which you don't want to be. That's not the point. But my investor, of course, is, or my shareholder saying, Raf, you need to invest in offices because that's bringing the money. Yeah? I'm telling him, like, yes, I know that if that is strong, and it is in our case, we are fully sold out. Fully sold out. Yeah? It's really amazing. We need to strengthen that with what we call, it's about bringing the joy factor. Let's put it like this. It's about park, sport, shop, congress arena, school, housing. Yeah? If you have a strong fundament and you bring in the joy factor, your strong fundament will even become more stronger and more beneficial, which means that the joy factor will be more important than so on. And you come in this kind of cyclus that it strengthens each other. You say like, but what is he saying? We see the other same thing happening in the other campuses around the world. Yeah? And that's where we said as well, we could have said, well, we're fully sold out, we're not going to invest, let's wait another couple of years. It's now the moment to do that investment. With that perspective, we also went internationally. We took some creative guys again. We really work a lot with creative people. Also because they think out of the box, and also we went internationally because we didn't want to have them kind of like this regional background. Yeah? And if you ask somebody else to look at a region with no background, you get very, very nice surprises. Yeah? I can always recommend that as well to do so. So in our ambition as well, what we told the creative guys is like, okay, we want to have a new master plan. We are ambitious. We don't play on this region anymore. It's not about this Limburg region. It's not about Belgium. We want to be in Europe, regional. We want to be number one. And also in the way that we are going to extend and build, we want to do things differently than what is happening in Brussels and Antwerp. Yeah, that was the assignment that we gave them. Again, not going into the details, what we did is we looked at 24 functions that we have seen in the other campuses as well. We took the time to really look at all 24 of them. We skipped a lot of them because some of them is not relevant for us. Yeah? And at Google, you get free dining at all times. Yeah? I mean, we're not in that kind of phase, hopefully, luckily yet, to use that to attract talents. We kept 11 functions over in the end. Yeah, that we said as well. We did the full analysis about investment and so on. Everything is being settled. So that as well is already a major asset because I have a master plan fully approved by my board saying like, these are the 8 functions that we're going to invest in the next 8 years. Yeah, 11 functions, sorry, in 8 years. That's one thing. The next thing is, we asked again our creative guys to say like, where do we need now to plug in these additional services in order to get a campus that is still in balance. Yeah? And it seems like that's normal, you just plug it in. That's not the case. A campus like this really needs to be balanced. Yeah? I have 250 companies that we got in over the last years. What you don't want is like an A campus and a B campus, or a new and an old campus, or a cool one and a non-cool one. You need to have a campus that everybody still feels like, okay, this is cool, this is nice. And also what you will see as well, the campus will run 2 shifts, yeah? A normal shift, an office shift, let's say, and then we have an evening and a weekend shift where it is about pleasure, where it is about culture, where it is about going out and so on. So 2 shifts. And also there, the campus needs to be ready to do so. I will quickly focus on the 11 functions, just to give you an idea as well that you will see this has barely nothing to do anymore with what we call a business campus. The very first prominent project will be what we call the Corda Arena. Yeah. It will be a digital arena, also from an architectural point of view, totally different. Maybe you have seen it in your countries, but I don't think so because I did some analysis as well over the last 2 years, and I think we will have something that is unique. So we call it's the next generation of arenas. So you cannot compare it with a football arena or fancy, the Lanxess arena, or you name it. You cannot compare it. It's something totally different. Next generation, we can still host 4,500 people maximum, but it will be equipped in a way that we can bring in 7,000, 80,000, 2 million people in a digital way, but in a special digital way. You see here as well, from an architectural point of view, it will be something different. It will have an inside function, of course, as an arena, but it will as well have an external function. So you can just also pass by on a Saturday evening and just enjoy and relax. To what extent is going on in the inside, because you will get a flavor on the outside as well. Yeah, just by, again, giving the joy, giving the pleasure of being on the campus. Also during the day, during the weekend, if nothing is going on, we can play. Yeah? We can have a building that is very fluid and that has an interaction as well with the surroundings that we have. It will be unique in the sense that there will no be like seating anymore as with chairs. We will work with flat floors. in a sense that we have the ability to work with an audience, let's say starting from 400 people, 800, 2,000, yeah, whatever you want. And if you come over with 500, there's no need to put a curtain in between because the room is too big. We just adapt the room. We can work in height and load, let's say, to adapt the room to give. I mean, the room is there anyway, so let's use it. We have all seen the luxury of being in a bigger room. It will be extraordinary in a sense that it will be fully equipped already in advance. And that is as well something that is unique, because I see you thinking, yeah, but we can do that in our arena as well that we have in our city. That's true. But you need to start with 10 trucks arriving 4 days in advance. Yeah? You need to build it up. You have your event 1 or 2 days, and you need to break it down for another 3 days. Yeah? It takes you an average 9 days for an event of 2 days. For us, we have defined 9 scenarios. We move from one to the second scenario in 2 hours. 2 hours, yeah? Because the room is fully equipped, fully automated, and we could do that. And then you do something different. Yeah? That's a game changer. And then you see as well that, so to show you this, this is the internal. This is what you see from the inside. Again, I can only compare it with a modern opera, because that's what it is. But again, multifunctional in the sense that it has 3 floors all around. Yeah? During the day, we rent it out as offices. It's not really an office. It's a nice place. Yeah? And in the evening and in the weekend, they become the skyboxes. Again, multifunctional. Yeah? I rent it out 3 times. The same building, I rent it out 3 times. Yeah? Here as well, you will see a LED screen. It's 400 square meters. It's the biggest one in Europe, I can tell you already now, for the time being. Yeah? I see you all noting down, like, we need to go bigger, but please do so. Yeah? But what will be different as well is, like, we can split the screen in 16 parts. 16, which means that if I do a presentation like this, which will not happen anymore because, I mean, that's what we're used to. We can turn around the screens, we can put them automatically no matter where we want. You will get a different atmosphere, a different way of going to an event because you can go and watch different screens, different content, and so on. Reason why we're doing it is this is where we focus on. It's more about the main focus will be on what we call e-congressing. These kind of congresses, these kind of gatherings that we will do in order, and here as well, to play on that European scene. And I challenged each time the government here as well. The last time that Microsoft did a European event in Belgium, over the last 15 years, zero. Yeah? Intel, 0. Yeah. So it's really easy. And here as well, I can tell you already now, I don't need to call to Microsoft. They already called us. Yeah? Because these kind of companies are always looking for these kind of new things. Yeah? And that as well gives us additional business, additional pleasure. I mean, it's good for the whole economy around. Yeah? And they like to be here on this campus. So it's a whole new model. Because we have the accommodation, and I really need to look a little bit at my time. Okay. We will as well automatically kind of attract the new way of events. Yeah? And for the ones that have been already to an indoor drone race, if you have been already, you have seen already that, that's cool. Yeah? I have a son, I have a daughter of 14 years old. Yeah? What do I need? If I go to this kind of events, she will like that. So that's different kind of things. We will finally be able to do an international fashion show here in the small city of Hasselt. Yeah? Would normally never happen because, again, these organizations, they look broader than that. We are in the EU region. Again, easily, you get from the Netherlands, from Germany, from Flanders, it's half-hour drive. Yeah? Perfectly location. And then, of course, we jump in on the new things. The esports kind of thing for the ones that have visited that. That's something else, but it's really cool. Yeah? That's a train that's running. We want to be on that. Here as well, we want to play on organizing European Championship, but in smaller sports. Yeah? I always give the example. You see it there. Yeah? The European Championship chess for minor 18. You will say boring. Yeah, boring. I can tell you. Let me go back. If I just put the table there where the car is standing, and I have the Czech 15-year-old playing against the Polish 16-year-old in the final, believe me, the room is full just with my own companies on campus who want to have the 8 seats at the table, yeah, full. And we stream in 3 million chess lovers from around the world because they want to see what's going on in that final. Yeah? Just to give an idea about, again, it's about talent, yeah? It's about pleasure, it's about joy, it's about community. Reason why I'm standing still on this, and that's what you need to take home, what we consider is that there will be around 20-25 digital arenas like this in the world in the next 10 years. Yeah. It's an indication. I see you looking again. I see one in my country. It's an indication. Yeah. We know that there are 2 in the States. There are 2 in China. There's currently 1 being built in London for the famous ABBA show, the Avatar ABBA show, the digital show. We are now the very first one on the continent, yeah, which again, in this region, is unique because normally these kind of things would have been built in Brussels or Antwerp. We are just the first one. Yeah. We invest in it ourselves, of course. But it gives, again, enormous opportunities because these arenas are linked to each other. It's about content. Yeah. So whatever is being played in San Francisco, if Elon Musk announces his new car in the digital arena of San Francisco, yeah, we can just plug in and get it here as well. Yeah? And again, I'm going to explain it to you, but I'm going a little bit from my line. No, it's not doing it. Okay, no, let's forget it. Good. That's about the arena. I have 5 minutes left. I go a little bit faster, yeah, but now you realize as well why it is located in there, yeah, and what the power is for this campus as such. We will invest further in offices, yeah. 25,000 square meters, so 25% of what we currently have, but the offices will look like this. Yeah? It looks more like residential offices. Again, it's about smaller units, flexible to combine, with their own private gardens. Office, you open the windows again, like it should be, and you have your own private garden. That's about the green stuff that we bring in, which everybody likes, of course. It's about data center, not going to bother you with that. It's about clean rooms that we're going to invest. It's about short stay business flats. Yeah? Here as well, it's all about attracting expats. We have a lot of expats on campus here. They want to have a particular housing that we will accommodate here as well. Here, if that's the same ambition, I'm pretty sure that we will be able to attract one of these companies. The bigger technology corporations, because very simple, in their DNA, what they have, they don't want to be anymore in the region of Brussels, again, because of mobility issue, and they don't find the talents anymore. They want to be in these kind of green, creative, nice campuses. And the disadvantage of being, let's say, not in the center of the country is considered for them as an advantage because we're not in the center of Belgium. Yeah? But again, for them, they look at 80 kilometers for airports, 80 kilometers the harbor, 80 kilometers Holland, Germany, and so on. That's how they look at that. Yeah? So again, if you're in a region where you think like, I'm more far away from the center of where it's happening, it might be an advantage for you as well, but you have to look at it from a different perspective. Also to do so, and I'm going to be very honest, it's about attracting these companies. It's not about funding these companies, it's not about paying them to be here, because that's what you normally would expect to do. No, we're not going to do that. No, what we're going to invest in to get them here is to invest in an international school. Yeah? That's investing because that's what they like. Yeah? Because they bring in their own people with their own kids. Yeah? Now they have to again go to Maastricht or Brussels. Well, now they can have education right here. Again, international school will be like the school of the future. Again, it will not be a boring school. Yeah? Everybody can build a boring school. It will be a school where you say like, okay, that's where I want to have my kids to be educated in. It will be about green parking buildings. It will be about mobility. We have a railway station that we will really make attractive. And you see as well, I'm going to close with that, it looks, and that's how we position the campus of the future. Yeah? I sell it like it's a chip, it's a platform. And what I'm asking you as a company is you plug yourself into that platform. Yeah? That's how it is working. Make use of the space, make use of the community, make use of the young people that are on this campus. Yeah? That's how we attract campuses today. And then you see as well here, that's the kind of job that we have is to make sure that every day, not just during working hours, there's something to do on campus. And there as well, it must be in a very natural way. We don't want to force things. It must be like the same as you just went out at lunchtime. For us, this is very normal. That's what I really like. People start making pictures. Yeah? I'm always surprised. For us, it's normal business. Yeah? It's surprised that you take a picture of the park and people having lunch in a park. It's not that strange, but that's what we want to do in the future as well. And that's going to end with this. This is also what helped us. You see as well, we work a lot with creative people. Yeah? This is not coming out of my hand. Yeah? But what we ask them as well is like, work with visions. Yeah? We have a strong plan. If I would just have told you, like slide-wise, and this is what you're going to do, what you probably, hopefully, will remember is these kind of images. Yeah? And this helps me as well. We have now a strong plan. And trust me, I don't have an easy board. My board is fully supporting because they see like, okay, this makes sense. Nobody is being threatened. Yeah? You cannot say I'm against because. Yeah? This is seen from the other side. And that's my recommendation. First of all, make a plan. Yeah? Come up with a plan. People will like it. Again, it's a master plan. Will it be like this in 8 years? I don't know. I don't know. World changes every 2 months, let's say. But for what we know right now, this is where we're heading to. Yeah. And also, it's my final recommendation, make it visible. People like these kind of things, and again, it helps me as well in the story building that we try to give. Voila, I can talk for another hour, trust me. You have to, please come back. If you say, whoa, that was interesting, come back with your delegation. I'm happy to invite you here and to bring the broader story if you would like. Thank you for your attention.
Whoa. Thank you, Mr. Deges, for this inspiring and enthusiastic contribution. It seems that the future looks bright for CCIs on this former plant of Philips. What I remember of your talking is about make a plan, make it visible, and on the other side, attract talent, and the companies will follow. Okay, let's go to our first deep talk in the afternoon. How can CCI contribute to industry and to innovation? How can we attract CCIs to our non-metropolitan regions? And how can we keep them here without having them moving to the bigger cities? In our work package, linking new and old economies, we investigated these questions and we tested solutions in our pilot actions. Mr. Andrea Gagliotta will start with an introduction. Afterwards, Roberto Sandrini will go into a deep talk with Katrien Hofman, Managing Director Industry Association Saxony, and with Jan Sinchkiewicz, proxy of the Regional Development Agency of Bielsko-Biała. Please, Mr. Andrea Gagliotta, the stage is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Andrea Gagliotta, and I represent Padova Chamber of Commerce, which is one of the partners of our amazing project, INDUCCI, or INDUCCI, as you want to pronounce its name. So we are now focusing on the activities and the transnational pilot action we realized in the second thematic project work package. And this is the title of my presentation, Transnational Pilot Action to Link New and Old Economies. This is the situation and the idea where we started from. You see the Central European Interreg program area. We are not in the Central European Interreg program area, as you have heard this morning, but Belgium has really similar condition issues, and we are very glad we found a very experienced partner like Stebo, whom I thank you for also their perfect organization of this final conference, and who from the first moment inspired us with several ideas. Industrial regions, but industrial regions with an industrial past, somehow an industrial present, and hopefully an industrial future. But as we heard this morning, our region have many issues to afford, and regarding the industrial transformation, and also the fact that, as we just heard, sometimes industries change ideas, close the plants, and the region have to reinvent themselves. INDUCCI started with the acknowledgement of the transformative power of CCI. CCI that, as we have heard this morning, are a mosaic. It's not only design, it's not only artists, theater, cinema, we have also digital artists and so on. And we decided to focus on these two items. Two transnational pilot actions, so we tested innovative measures transnationally to see how we could answer to the ground question of our project. How can we use CCI as leverage to foster the development of traditional industrial regions in Central Europe? One transnational pilot action was testing the attraction, the establishment and promotion of CCI and CCI clusters in industrial regions. The second one was focusing on the cooperation between CCI and companies from other industrial sectors. On the first pilot action, we wanted to set a novel and experimental approach, and in our region we had a complex idea and concept phase, both regionally and internationally, with our partners, and these are the regional test cases that compose the transnational pilot action. I am starting briefly from the local action because here in Belgium our partner Stebo tested the test case pull factors for metropolitan CCI in Limburg. So they started with a questionnaire for metropolitan CCI, and after discussion on which are the pull factors that can drive a metropolitan CCI to decide to move to Limburg. And after the questionnaire, they selected 4 CCIs who were hosted here in Limburg and in Korda campus. And in the implementation of the test case, they discovered that the Korda campus is a pull factor as well. And this is important because if we consider what can regions offer to CCI, ecosystem is one important item. CCI need to develop and to grow. CCI showcase, reinforcing CCI cluster to joint presentation and Krach Plus. These are the test cases that are our lead partner and the other German partner developed in the German land Saxony, and as you may guess from the title, the idea was to promote CCI and to help CCI to work with the cities and the region to revitalize empty space and the vacant spaces, and also to provide CCI instruments and relations to become part of the real life of the region. And then our Czech partner realized a feasibility study of a co-working center, so how to create a Korda campus in Czech Republic. And Slovenia and Italy worked instead on an help desk network focusing on the urban and rural environment and dedicated to CCI. What did we learn from this action? So our first answers to the question, how can industrial regions be attractive for CCI? The first answer is that our region should work on their reputation, raise awareness, and communicate that they are open to CCI. If people, for example, in Antwerp or in Brussels, consider Limburg as a mining region and not a CCI region, that is an issue. Politicians should be committed to CCI. CCI relevant infrastructure should be available. For example, a co-working space and high-speed internet, urban services at attractive costs, because CCI and startups have often, when not always, the money issue to solve. CCI relevant networks, also involving institutions, should be in place, active and accessible, providing business support and opportunities. Providing only infrastructure is not enough. This is another important point that our regions and our institution should consider when planning actions to invite CCI in the region. And then the diverse sub-branches of CCI should team up and speak with one voice. So there is also an issue of awareness. The second line, the second transnational pilot action, was instead focused on how to boost the cooperation between CCI and traditional industries. And here as well, we have a set of regional test cases. CCI Factory, here in Belgium, our Belgian partners provided training courses and seminars for CCI about how to create a business and how to let this business grow. And this action was also implemented with the help of mentors, and this is an important part of the action. So the presence of an experienced creative and cultural entrepreneur who worked as mentor for the newcomers. We had also industrial hackathons in Austria and in Poland, a living lab in Germany, whether in Italy we tested workers' welfare. So we conceived this action during the COVID-19 pandemic period. You know that Italy was one of the first European countries hit by this pandemic situation. So we we asked a young designer of the Italian design school based in my city, in Padua, to try and propose innovative solutions to companies, to industrial companies, to organize the spaces and enhance the safety of the workers. Which are the lessons we learned? CCI should carve out the core competences and also carve out how these competencies could benefit industrial companies, also beyond the usual. Bundling of competences from different CCI can help to make an interesting joint offer. Then industry should be also made aware about the added values the CCI can bring in. And we heard it also this morning, the innovative power of design, for example. But also out-of-the-box thinking, design thinking, innovative storytelling, team building, and approach CCI on a level playing field. And then industry should be ready to try out new methods and perspectives, like Living Lab Hackathon, expecting surprise. On the other hand, CCI should be ready to adapt to industrial processes. And we learned also that in this case, it's very important the role of the intermediate organization, somebody who can speak the languages of the CCI and of the industries. So the guidance by some trusted intermediary helps to open up, to convince. And industry should be also involved actively, not only used as a challenge donator. Another good input was that it's important to promote good reference example. This will get the snowball rolling. Do experimental approaches twice. This is also an interesting hint. Second time is already on a more matured level. So don't focus only on one-stop shop or one performers. Timing and location for interaction should be chosen carefully. Dare to go for the unconventional setting because of its liberating character, like the office of the tree we have seen before. And then industry should be ready to try out new methods and perspectives. That's all. So thank you, everybody. Thank you to all the partners who worked together in this really inspiring project. And now let's listen.
So thank you very much, Andrea, for your presentation, your summary. Today we are here together with two experts. You are experts from my point of view, representing two different areas. We have Miss Katrin Hoffmann, coming from the Saxony, Germany, and he is representing she is managing director of the Industry Association. And then we have Jan Sienkiewicz, that is representing Bielsko-Biała in Poland, and is proxy of the Regional Development Agency. So thank you very much, first of all, for being with us. May I ask you to shortly introduce yourself, starting from the lady, of course, first.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm the managing director of the Industry Association of Saxony. This is a network of 130 industrial companies in Saxony, and universities, the technical universities, and some research institutes. And we started already 8 years ago to have a contact to CCI, and we invited representatives. But maybe this I can call you.
Okay. Thank you very much. But we will have the opportunity to discover much more about your experience with the following discussion. And you, Jan?
Again, my name is Jan Sienkiewicz. I came from Bielsko-Biała, which is south of Poland and close to the Czech and Slovak border. And I am the director of the International Affairs Department. We do international project. We like support our city in going abroad and like picking up the new technologies, new developments. And it happened that our agency used to be regional. Now it's sub-regional, but the name stayed still. And this is also implementing some problems which I will explain later on. It's like really post-industrial region I represent, and it's all about innovation and just competing the very big production and innovation sectors close.
Thank you. Thank you for your introduction. I would like to come back on one of the key words that Andreas underlined in his presentation, that is concerning the attraction, how to attract cultural and creative industries in your areas. So can we share your experience, your knowledge? What makes one area attractive for cultural and creative industries? Andrea listed some skills, some elements that can be interesting for cultural and creative industry. He talked about reputation, he talked about infrastructure, but considering two different areas, one in Poland, one in Germany, what is, for your experience, the best way or the best ecosystem that can attract cultural and creative industries? Starting from our lady first.
Yes, I think there are various factors. And first of all, an open climate is really advantageous, I think, for creatives. And also the opportunity that they can develop freely. Therefore, you need free places. This we have. We have plenty of free places in Chemnitz, and yes, as Chemnitz is an old industrial city, has lots of old industrial buildings which are unused and which can be made available for creatives on a low threshold base. I think this is really attractive for them. But then also we have also places which are transformed in a professional way, and they are formerly brownfields, and now there are working industrial companies, but also startups, and also companies from CCI together. They have the chance to meet. This can be good for them too. Low costs is really a thing that attract CCI. We have low rents, low costs that we can offer. But I think the most important is functioning networks. You need a network within the CCI, for instance, an organization like Creative Chemnitz who helps them or who supports them, and then short ways to the administration, an open-minded administration, like we have heard today already, and also the connection between the networks, because we are a network too. We have the Association of Industry, and we are cooperating with the Creative Chemnitz. We have projects together, and this is important too, I think.
Yeah, it is something. I would like to remind one concept that is coming from Panozzo that talk is this morning, but will complete. He used the word atmosphere. It is important to create something like an atmosphere that is triggering the collaboration, is attracting talented person. So this is something that is really the way to attract culture and creativity in industries. And in your case, according to your experience?
And this is exactly I'm going to talk about our real experience we've faced in our region, which is related to the administration, the change of administrative division in Poland, and that's why we used to be the regional development agency as a region, and then after administrative division has changed, we've become like a not really important sub-regional center, and we face exactly what has happened. So the fall of the industry, the brain drain, heavy brain drain to the Upper Silesia and to Krakow, and the industry, the most innovative industry, has left. So we had to develop something to stay as we used to be considered the city of 100 industries. So innovative, open, creative. But we've lost a lot of talented people due to the proximity of the highly industrialized Upper Silesia and Katowice with almost 3.5 million people, all the universities, research centers and everything. And another big center of Kraków metropolis, also with the biggest universities, the research centers and everything. And we decided to become more competitive. Fortunately, two big players still remain, which is a Fiat company, which used to be there. It's an automotive industry, which is one of the most growing still in our region, and also General Electric. So we, as a development agency, we had to focus, we had to challenge that problem somehow, because city was going in circles, and they didn't know really what to do. And we started to implement, to just bring into our sub-region the newest technology. It happened that we are very, very big and active member of EURADA, which is Association of Development Agency in Brussels. Mm-hmm. So we've got access to the newest technologies, to the newest information, to the newest strategies. So we tried to implement this kind of strategy. And what was most important, it was just to implement that kind of thinking into the regional administration, to the regional officers, to the city mayor, and this kind of thing. So we've started from the strategy. Fortunately, all our regions has implemented the regional innovation strategy, and then the intelligence strategy. So we have focused on a few really important things, and it happened that except of being very attractive environmentally, because we've got mountains, we've got lakes, we've got ski resorts, we've got mountain trails and everything, and the spa resorts, we also have a lot of talented and smart people. And we've discovered that. We started to look for them, and they just appeared. They were not taken out of the head, but we've just worked. We've just implemented few activities just to find out those people, just to make them, motivate them to work.
But this last consideration bring to another kind of thought that I would like to share with you. The word is collaboration. I mean, if we are working to establish an ecosystem, is to trigger the collaboration between industry and cultural and creative industries, between the so-called old and the so-called new economies. But I was impressed by some picture that I have seen in the reports of the partner, where I have seen creatives that do some installment, some plants inside the factories, the one steering industry, or they build a performing an exhibition inside the company. This is, of course, just one way to collaborate. But from your point of view, and considering your experience, which kind of collaboration should be triggered between the traditional industry and the culture and creative industries? Which kind of collaboration do you have in mind, or have you seen, for example, during the project?
I have a particular
this time
one.
We start from
I have a particular one in mind, which just came out of all the activities which I've been telling you about. It's we are developing, or started to develop, the digital innovation hub in our region, which is the collaboration platform. We're combining the new inventive ideas with the old or existing industries. I'm not talking old because they are changing also. With the existing industries, this is the platform we combine. We look for the demand, and we provide people with ideas, with technologies, with solutions. And it happens that they are mostly come from creative industries. This is creativity. These are software houses. These are other like marketing companies. These are promotional companies. These are big data companies and technology providers. So we do like this, and I think this is the way to go. And one of our actions, which has been mentioned there, was the industrial hackathon. These are the things we do just to find out, to ask companies which are like looking for the solutions. Let's call them the old sector, the traditional sector. So they are just submitting the needs. They are showing what they need. And we try to organize them a platform and to connect them with the creative sector in the search of the solutions. But the hackathons are one of the possible solutions, I think, and we already organized 2 of them, and they were very, very, very successful.
Thank you.
I can only tell my experience. We were thinking before collaborating, they have to know each other. And so we started 8 years ago to connect them, to let them introduce themselves, to get to know them. This happened in form of short presentations or company tours or at trade fairs. And this was really interesting because our members, our industrial managers, often have been very surprised to realize that the term CCI covers such a broad field, and that it incorporates not only the performing arts, but also the technical sector as software industry and so on. And then we, that is the Creative Chemnitz and the Industry Association, after this getting to know you phase, we started a real project, and this was the Maker Fair of Saxony. This is a festival for tinkerers and inventors. There are lots of creative people who present their technology, and we organized this with the aim to get young people excited about technology, about science, crafts, and so on. And this is a platform to show new forms of collaboration and raise awareness of CCI also. And now we are at the point where we remark that you need a real project on which they can work on together. And so we saw that especially industrial companies are interested in getting young people excited about their technology, but they don't know how. They have no ideas how they can make this. This have to be in a playful way. No? It has. Normally they have to offer attractive solutions, and so now we want to start to let them develop these solutions jointly.
And since 2020, a new word has been fully included in our speeches, that is the COVID-19. Unfortunately, now we have another new word that is war, unfortunately, but we start from the COVID-19. And from your point of view, are we able to turn into benefit what we passed? I mean, if we look at the period 2020-21, where we suffered many restrictions and many changes, from your point of view, is this experience an opportunity for the collaboration with the culture and creative industry and the collaboration with the industry, because we should not only look at the negative impact of this period, but even to the positive, an opportunity, I use this word. So what is your idea? Is the follow-up of this experience an opportunity to work much better with the culture and creative industry, and in which way, from your point of view?
I would say yes.
Lady first.
Thank you. Yes, I think Corona has definitely increased the willingness to cooperate on both sides, but especially in the field of digitalization, the companies, the industrial companies, due to the absence of trade shows or trade fairs, they were forced to find new solutions for selling their machines, their products, and so they were searching for things, and they were searching the expertise of CCI. And I have seen lots of companies which have visualized their machines for selling them now online and installing them online. And yes, I think CCI, like always, they gave attractive solutions in various fields, also in the communication, and a lot of companies were searching new communication channels because of the home working and so on. Yeah, I think it's there are also advantages of this period.
Yeah, yeah.
And
from your point of view,
I would like to add that this is like a COVID-19 was like the driving force for speed up the process of digitalization within the companies. Something which has started in 17, 18, 19, just really got like a kick with the COVID-19, because the situation changed completely, and the company which had some awareness about the lack of digital technologies, the digital knowledge and digital skills, they just faced the problem of the digital era, really. They had to move very fast, and they just switched very smoothly to the digital solutions. They had to improve skills of the personnel. They had to introduce the solutions that allowed them to contact their customers, to just make relations with them, real relations, like asking, looking for their needs and asking for the questions, and to react for they want, because they couldn't meet personally, and they had to develop the solutions that went far beyond they used to do. Like they implemented extended reality solutions for the servicing, different kind of things. They developed and implemented like machine learning solutions, which were like and inevitable in that moment. They just needed that, and then just found out the hardest way, because they had to do it fast, they had to do it quick, but they did it. And they moved more to the sensor-like technologies. And we've seen that during our hackathon. I'm talking about this because they just introduced the problems they face, really, not only because lack of the physical meeting with the customers, but also how to manage people within the companies being affected by COVID. Not only as a disease, but also with mental and physical and state. So the COVID-19 was, of course, it's a disaster. It's been a disaster. But this also was an opportunity to companies to open eye how necessary it is to dive into the new technologies.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, in the background of your thought, there is one new concept that is Industry 5.0. I don't know if you, for sure, you heard about that. I mean, probably cultural and creative industries can trigger the human dimension together with the technology. This is something that probably is very, very interesting for us, particularly for our industrial areas and for the skills. Just to close the discussion, there is one sentence that you would like just to leave as a conclusion of these speeches of today. One conclusion from your side as experience of the project and from your side.
There are a lot of things which I could say, but I think, or two things maybe. The first one is we have to offer or produce more and more of these best practice projects to convince traditional industry to cooperate with CCI. I think this is really important. And then I think an added value could be if we could combine the two strengths of the both sides, the changing the perspective and the customer-oriented way of innovations of the CCI, but then also the analytically and logically way of, and maybe more product-oriented way of innovations of the traditional industry. If we could combine this, I think this could be an added value for us.
Okay, thank you. And from your point of view?
It's already happening in, this is what I would like to say, it's already happening in our city, which is that making city more smart and like combining industry with like that creative part of our inhabitants, which are actors, singers, designers, graphical designers, these kind of things. We are just preparing like a common big event, combining all those people for the sake of promotion of our cultural and industrial heritage, with comparison with usage of the art people and art ideas, and this is an eye-opening event.
Thank you. Thank you. This brings to the new Bauhaus, but it is another thing. Thank you.
Thank you
very much for sharing with us your thought. Thank you.
Welcome back again. Welcome back for the last part of this final conference from INDUCCI CCI, More Than Colors into Grey. How can CCI contribute to social issues in our regions? How can CCIs help people of the region to be more open to innovation, entrepreneurship and change? In work package Transforming Industrial Communities, we investigated these questions and we also tested solutions in our pilot actions. First, we will have an introduction by Ms. Nina Hagelow from Creative Region Linz and Upper Austria by a video message. And then we will go in a deep talk with Elena Schwenkel, Filippo Tognazzo and Jens Vaas. Ms. Nina Hagelow, we will watch the movie. Thank you.
So I'm having now the difficult task of coming right after the interesting deep talk 2 and more so at the very end of our conference day. And I want to use this moment at the end of the day to congratulate all of us. We did it. And I'm referring not just to the conference today, but to the whole INDUCCI project. Corona put a lot of obstacles in our way. And also today I should have been with you at the conference, but unfortunately couldn't travel to Belgium, and that is why I have recorded my presentation for you. My name is Nina Hagelow and I'm working for Creative Region Linz and Upper Austria. And together with Frank, I'm happy to present you the Deep Talk 3, Transforming Industrial Communities. I will have the presentation and afterwards Frank will take over and have a discussion with our panel guests, Helena, Jens and Filippo. The topic of our panel is, as I have said, transforming industrial communities. In traditional industrial regions, the prevailing industries have not just shaped the economy and business, they have also shaped the society and its identity. And the extensive industrial changes of our century therefore not only concern businesses or the economy as a whole, they concern also the people living there and the societies. To say it even plainer, the changes that we are facing do something with the people who are living in these areas. And that is why we dedicated a whole work package in INDUCCI to this fact. And we asked ourselves how CCI could contribute to mediate this transformation towards society and to empower local industrial communities. In search for answers, we tested different test cases for 3 years, and we tried to find out how CCI could explain industrial transformation, could stimulate the public discourse about it, could support vocational choices of the young, how it could revive an entrepreneurial spirit in the region, enhance creativity as a skill overall, and how it could address local communities and especially appeal to the young generation. So these are all beautiful words. What does this mean in concrete terms? What did we do? And when I say we, I'm not just referring to me and Frank or to Creative Region Linz, I'm referring to the whole project partnership of INDUCCI. So what did we do? In Chemnitz, we introduced at the Days of Industrial Culture a new format called CCI Night Shift. That was a theater performance about the topic of industrial transformation. And we saw that the visitors who came there were eager to step into spaces that they could usually not access, and that they were eager to receive new food for thought. As well in Chemnitz, we organized different workshops where arts and technology were able to meet, work together, and find strength in their differences. And we saw that the meeting of people with completely different backgrounds is where the innovative strength lies. The results of these workshops were then exhibited in Chemnitz and in Linz, and the results showed very impressive that only little time is needed to generate a huge amount of new ideas and that there is value in playing. In Padova, CCI worked together with teachers and pupils to come up with new forms of presenting future job opportunities at job fairs and at the same time bring these skills into the school. And it became once more clear that it is very important that schools keep up with the digital transformation, so to equip their pupils for future jobs. Again in Chemnitz, we interviewed founders of CCI for a podcast and let them tell their story to inspire people who might have a business idea but did not dare to follow it so far or to open a business. Because we believe that stories of others are worth telling and that they have the power to motivate other people. In Linz, we presented CCI as employers to show pupils and students prospective and local job opportunities and career options. And the idea behind there is that we believe that it really needs new job perspectives in industrial regions in order to add to a sustainable transformation. In Karlovy Vary, we, together with pupils again and with teachers, created 3 escape games that were focusing on the topic of financial literacy. And this example showed again very clear that complex topics really profit from a creative approach in conveying them. We organized and equipped a cultural meeting point called Kulturcafé in Jesenice that offers a very diverse program for the communities of the town. And this showed us that people make use of creative means of expression when they are offered to do so. So we are really asked to offer them. And in Bielsko-Biała, we organized in the Fablet that is located there a course for youngsters in entrepreneurship and new technologies in order to learn them new skills, new creative skills, new technological and entrepreneurial skills. And this is, of course, based on the belief that entrepreneurs don't just grow on trees, it needs training for that. In Padova again, some local industrial companies worked together with a business theater and came up with performances about their company's history, about their stories, and they told them differently than they usually do. And Filippo said it perfectly. He is on the panel today. He said companies have emotions too, and we can work with these emotions. And finally, in Svartberg, we engaged young people of the area in organizing and elaborating a walking tour through the district called Hear Me, See Me. And it was possible to see again that changes in industry of a region really leave marks in its communities. So that's all what we did. It's really a lot. And a lot of observations that I have mentioned here are really not new. The thing that we wanted to get across is that we see CCI as a key to address these topics. And during the project, we evaluated what qualities we find in CCI to address societies and communities. And I want to mention them here at the end of my presentation to you. CCI, as we have learned, is a bridge builder and translator because they dare to make bold, out-of-the-box statements and ask critical questions that are sometimes uncomfortable, always with the aspiration to initiate a change. They address feelings and aesthetic senses. They work with design methods which allow them to turn complex topics, as I have said before, into a simpler shape, into something haptic or visual, and this can be easier understood and experienced on a deeper level. So by doing that, they are able to reach people differently than politics, for example, or science or economy. We have seen that CCI offer diverse means and spaces for expression, and CCI radiate contemporality, forward-thinking, and an entrepreneurial spirit. And with this, they contribute to a general open-mindedness in the region. and to a new drive in business. They encourage and empower people to become active in shaping their surroundings and not just being a passive bystander and watching what is happening and how industry is transforming. CCI also capitalizes on creativity and is a driver for the digital transformation. And therefore, they underline that today's relevance of a creative, digitally and artistic skilled society. And finally, to sum it up maybe, we saw that CCI simply serve as a role model on how to live and deal with uncertainty. And of this, we have really a lot of uncertainties. We have a lot in the world. And if we strengthen CCI, if we use the methods that they work with also in other sectors, in other in corporations, in other fields that they are not used to at the moment, I believe that we also strengthen human-centered approaches, to use a buzzword of today. But behind this buzzword stands the idea to put the human and the humanness into the center of attention and of actions. And I believe of this we cannot have enough today. So with this thought, I would like to close my presentation and hand over to Frank, who is going to, as I've said, lead the panel discussion with Helena, Jens, and Filippo. And I want to say goodbye to you and wish you a nice evening and an interesting following discussion. Goodbye.
First of all, thank you, Nina, for this introduction. I know you are listening and watching us now by the stream, so thank you very much for the introduction. Okay, I have 3 people here for the last Deep Talk, for Deep Talk 3. I have Filippo Tognazzo, Elena Schwenkel, and Jens Vaas. Before we are diving into the content, maybe it's a good idea you can present yourself in a few lines, and also the connection to the team, so the transforming industrial communities. What is your connection to it? Can I start with you, Filippo?
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I am an actor and an author, and I have a creative company. We do theater, business theater, and theater in educational project. That's it. So I do a business theater project for INDUCCI, and after maybe we can discuss.
Okay, thank you. Elena.
My name is Helena Zwinkel. I come from Basazakran, one of the partners of the project. And of course, in our region, we have several industrial cities that are in the way towards transformation. And this is part of the job that I do.
Thank you. Welcome. Jens?
Yeah, my name is Jens Vaas. I have a background in social work and sociology, and I work with Stable for 3 years now. And we have 3 neighborhoods in Genk, in the city of Genk, where we do community work, and I'm in the Zwaarberg. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, let's dive into the content. Elena, I want to start with you, if it's okay. Can you tell me about what are the 3 biggest challenges societies in transforming industrial regions are facing?
All from the dark side, when you really see that nothing is possible, that first of all that you find the how to say, the power and the resilience in yourself. And I think that without creative thinking and creative people that exist also in such regions, long-term transformation is not possible. And what I have seen in our region, for example, and also in others that I have visited, and today we have seen a very, also here in what we have seen in these 2 days and also before, such regions simply have people that have the power. And I think that people need to be very proud on who they are and where they come from, and that also industrial past is industrial future. And with creatives, we can do it even better. Thank you.
Thank you. So if I'm understanding it well, you mean that with creative thinking you can make a mind shift, and it helps you to develop the region.
Yes,
and society.
For sure. And for sure, I'm quite convinced that in all these regions we have not only resilience, but creativity in the people, because otherwise they would not rise from the ashes, if we can say so. And there are many regions that we have seen this indigenous transformation. And I also think that perhaps in industrial regions the people were not so much aware of their creative spirits, and also about the creativity of the certain people that are living in these regions. And I have seen also that with years creative sector became part of thinking. We still have a long way to go further on, but they are part of a very important part of transformation.
Okay, let's ask the CCI. So Filippo, next question for you. As a representative of a CCI, what view or what approach does CCI have on society, economy and nature? And what potential for society do you see in that view or that approach?
There are two questions.
Yes, that's right.
So 15 years ago, I lived in Paris for an European project, and my coach was Delphine, and he said me, Filippo, you will spend more time on working than on living with your family. And this is true. We spend a lot of time on working, and this is the reason why companies spend for welfare project, or have ethical code, or environmental strategies, and in creative project, because the companies are not simply a space or a brand. It's the context when we discover relationship or conflict. And so in this way, they try to keep his responsibility in the society. I want to tell a little story. A few months ago, a CEO of a software house asked me to write a text for a public event. So I wrote the text, he read, and he said, Filippo, good jobs. I want another text about our values and our vision. You can find them on the site. And remember, is a fundamental part of his company. And if you need for your text, we can change the values. So what is our values in company? Is only word on the website? Or we want to transform this idea, this value in action? So in the second question is how. So we use theatrical method and creative method in different way, team building, training, public speaking, or to create performance for an event. So when I say theater, probably a part of audience imagine a stage, a musician, an actor, a lighting, a effect, but this is the last part of the process. The best part, the more important, is just to find a new solution, create a new solution, ask a question. So an actor, a singer, a video maker spend a lot of hours, days, weeks, sometimes months to rehearse, to find a good solution. So we are so stupid, yes, but of course we try to connect with the audience. In the same way, we try to improve our level of awareness and self-awareness. In the same way, with companies, with workers, we can improve the level of awareness and self-awareness. And unaware workers work better. Unaware workers consider his colleague not simply for the function, marketing or IT system, like a human. our workers become a team. Our workers become our friends, our parents, our citizens. And this is the way how creative method or theatrical method could improve and participate to the society.
So like a CCI needs to connect to its audience, you can make the connection inside a company with employees.
When we work on theatrical techniques, we work on gaze, on relationship, on touch, on the silence. We go inside the forest, deep into the forest. We don't know what we find, but we go together. This relation, this is the real center of theater, and this is the real center of relationship in company, in society.
Thank you, Filippo. So we see that the creative methods have an effect in society, like Elena was telling, and in companies, like you just told us, Filippo.
It's just to find the solution. Sometimes workers just consider we have a problem and they're waiting for an external help. I live in the problem. Creative people are always in the problem. I like the problem because I can find a solution.
Yeah, thank you. Jens, next question is for you. How differently does the transformation, so you did with the youngsters, you did a trajectory, so how different does the transformation affect different generations of an industrial society?
I think it goes a bit further on the story Filippo was telling, except maybe from a different angle, but I think that people always form their identity from different aspects in their life, like from their jobs, from the company they work in, from the car they drive. And I think a very important one is the local community they live in. You can also have it from a nation, but you also have it very much from a local community. So I think a younger generation is in a different way affected by a transformation than an older one. Because like in the case of Zwartberg, and I think it can be applied to other regions as well, because they also had mines, and in Zwartberg the mine closed in 1966. But the older generation still has the identity of working in the mines, and they still have it today. And even when the mines closed, there was a zoo that came to Zwartberg, and they still very much have an identity that's connected to the zoo. But the younger generation, at least in Zwartberg, they're a little bit in between the mining era and the future now, that we don't know what's yet to come. So I think their identity is now on this connected to a community that's perceived as connected to drug use, drug dealers, things like that. But now with the transformation that is coming with La Biomista and things that are happening in the community, I think it's very important to get them on board and to get enough attention to them so they can be ambassadors of the future in their community.
Yeah. So main difference that you see is that the younger generation sometimes has a lack of connection with the neighborhood. So the first step is to restore this connection with the youngsters, and then to...
They have a connection, but it's a different one, I think, than the older generation, because the older generation still is connected to the mines, and you still see it today. If we do a participation process, they're very much involved. They have a very strong community feeling because it's still there from the mines, in which the communities were also very strong. But the younger generation, they don't have it that much. They know it from their parents and grandparents, but I think it has to be... we have to give them the chance to build a future with them.
Yeah. Thank you. Filippo, I'm coming back to you. We saw it already in the presentation of Nina, emotions. It was, you were phrased by Nina. So how important are emotions and sensitive approaches, and understanding for relationships, for transformation of an industrial society?
September 2021, INDUCCI project. Me and the communication chief of a big agricultural industry in Italy, Liliana. And she said to me, Filippo, could we maybe perhaps put a tractor on the stage? I say, why? Why, Filippo? My God, because we sell tractor. Oh, Liliana, but in theater, we don't sell object. We share emotion. But Frank, the question is how we could really get excited about a tractor. Is like a sexual perversion. Okay,
tell
what
me.
is? To learn how we can get excited about a tractor, we need to talk with tractor people. When we start to work with companies, I ask a question. Why do you work for your company? What had changed in last 5 or 10 years? What is the worst period of your company? And this is a very fascinating for me, this question, as is astonishing for unexpected for the company, because company want to share success, not crisis.
Yeah.
But in this way, something emerge, frustration, but also desire. And when I asked this question to Liliana, she was so upset and she started crying because in 1970 the company had a big crisis, a big financial crisis, and they decided to change. They applied the Kaizen philosophy. So imagine a company in Italy who tried to apply a philosophy from Japan, and after they grow up and they change again. And after they change again, they try to apply the artificial intelligence to the tractor. What is an emotion? Is a changement, is an internal or a mental or a physiological change based on internal or external stimulation. Change, uncertainty, this is an emotion.
Yeah.
And so we try to tell this because there is a connection between the company and the human condition.
Yeah.
So have company emotion? Yes, they have the emotion. It is not marketing.
Yeah.
It's
So
just
the
business.
emotion goes beyond the selling process, the marketing, but it's it's touching the soul of the
Yes,
company and employees.
But business theater is primarily introspection and after extroversion. We need to be really aware in this company to communicate better. And this is the process. In this way, creative project could help companies to have a work in introspection.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Elena, I have another question for you. What's the role of CCI in mediating this transformation towards industrial societies?
Yeah, if you ask me, of course, there are three angles. If you talk from the economical part of you for the companies, on the other hand, they can have a very big influence on the changes in the society, and also in the changes that young people need for their lives. Because what my colleague said also about this uncertainty, if we talk about where we are now, also in the companies, in society, in the environment where we live, and also with the young people, we have a lot of uncertainty. And the issue is that if you ask me with the support of creative knowledge and people coming from creative sector, that things can be more manageable. Because also what he said, there is the change of thinking that we are looking for. And I think that in this way, the companies need still learn more because they look from another perspective. They look from the perspective of technology, product, and mainly very little or too little they work on emotions. On the other hand, also development of our societies, when you look what the success and when the success come, it is based on emotions, how we feel, who we are, where we are going, and what we can achieve. And also for the young generation, this is the most important message, that uncertainty is also power. And I think with support of creative sector, this uncertainty is not uncertainty anymore. And I think this is the message of joint cooperation, and also this is how I see the positive prospects of all angles of society in the future, in these difficult challenges that we are now facing.
Yeah. So you're saying that CCI and society can bow uncertainty into a driving force to go further.
Yes,
society.
because as he said, you know, creative people they like to live. Sorry to say, no, they like to live in the problems, but these problems are challenging, and from that aspect, also some other sectors they usually people are addressing these. Problems like a huge problem, and I cannot move further. But with creative understanding, this is a positive things. And especially in industrial regions, this is additional power that we have to explore.
Yeah, thank you.
And bring to results now.
Yeah, thank you. Jens, we saw your pilot action. Nina described it. Hear me, see me. Do you think other regions can learn lessons, or what kind of lessons do you like to pass to other regions from your pilot action you discovered? And yeah.
I think there are a lot of lessons that I've learned, that we've learned doing this project. But I think the main one is that storytelling works for building communities and getting a stronger social cohesion within a community. Because you can get things out of people that you can just sit around the table and say to each other, let's be social cohesive now, or let's sum up the things that binds us. You have to do it in a creative way to come up with things to that otherwise wouldn't get on the table. And I think, especially in Zwartberg, but a lot of other places, of course, there's a lot of cultural diversity. And I think this was a good way to not only focus on the diversity, which is also good, but very much on the cultural communalities that we have, and find things that bind us and that we have actually the same. Because there's a lot of divided communities in Zwartberg, but I think if you look at the interviews, you can see people attach a lot of value to the same things, and they don't know it from each other. So I hope they're also going to do the tour and see that they have more in common than they think. So I think the digital storytelling is a very good tool, which we already do in other parts in Genk and Zwartberg.
Yeah, nice. So I can hear that in community work you will continue to use storytelling in your work. Yeah, really nice. Okay, I have one final question for you, the three of you. Suppose 10 years from now, what role does CCI play in your region, in your industrial region? Filippo, I'll start with you. 2 or 3 lines. 5.
A CEO for another software house asks me, Filippo, what is your company treasure? And I say, my passion. No. All company treasure are data. We are obsessed by data, by technology. We are completely obsessed. But in the future, I hope we can spend more time to investigate the human complexity, because technological development without the human development is a dead end. Like the industrial development without environmental protection is a big failure. So we need to spend more time to investigate the human complexity. What role does play human complexity in our future? And maybe creative approach could help, to find a good answer.
Yeah, so let's investigate the human complexity.
Yes.
Thank you. Elena, for your region, what role can CCI play within 10 years?
Yeah, my impression is that creative sector is still not so much embraced in the development of the society, an overall society, as it should be. And I think, especially now when, first of all, we have changed our understanding of how to say, how we use our resources good and in a better way, how we'll preserve our biodiversity, and how we will also fight also the other challenges that are here, for example, climate change and so on. And I don't see, and I see the role of creative sector to help all other sectors really to embrace that. And also with that, we will also change our living conditions. Mm-hmm. And there are, how to say, huge challenges in front of us. But I think only talking, discussing, putting not only emotions but understanding of who we are and what we can do together, these changes are possible. Yeah. And that's why I would really like that also the policy level, not only individuals, companies, young and so on, that they would really embrace this understanding. Yeah. Of putting creativity into the center.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, CCI in your region will tackle the big themes that are coming in the future. Yeah, thank you, Jens.
Yeah, my guess
region.
My guess is that tomorrow the transformation won't be stopped, and even within 10 years there may be another transformation going on. So with this project, I just hope that the youngsters that we've reached, that they can take some things out of it and use it in their jobs later, on their hobbies, or in other regions, I don't know, and use this kind of method or in some way that it sticks with them, that they can also use it in what they further do in life. Yeah. So they can all, in their turn, be a CCI or support a CCI or things like that. Yeah.
So they become a CCI themselves.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah. Nice. Thank you very much, Filippo, Elena, Jens, for this thoughts and insights. Thank you very much. And yeah.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
So, dear friends, now we are coming nearly to the end of our final conference. But first we want to reflect on today. We want to reflect on today and on the inspiring things that have been said. Professor Fabrizio Panozzo, Professor of Management of the Ca' Foscari University in Italy, will take us with him and in the wrap-up of today. Please, Professor Panozzo, be my and our guest. Please take the stage.
Yes, there we are. It's me and my co-author for the wrap-up. Martin couldn't make it because he doesn't like digital technology, as you might know. So he sends his regards. But he has been helping me in wrapping up today, because I got truly inspired by what I heard, and I need to expire now something. And I was initially tempted to do it quite obviously from my own perspective, which is management. But my discipline and my language, they are so powerful. And I've realized today, yet another time, how powerful the language of management is in shaping what we say and how we say it about everything in our society and about culture and creativity in particular. And so I thought that I would shift. Well, I didn't actually think that I would shift. I felt inspired by something that popped into my mind, and it was a book written in 1954 by Martin Heidegger, asking a question about technology and the role of technology in society, which I think is of high relevance today as well, and for the conclusions of this project and for the future of the ideas we've been discussing in this project as well. And so I would like to take you through a very brief and possibly confused wrap-up of what we heard on trying to follow on the suggestion that Martin Heidegger gave.
a few years ago. And I would start from the title of the paper, of the summing up of the different policies, reflections that we conducted in our regions. And the question is the connection between what we state and what is in the title of the booklet. Creativity and culture are the wisdom of places, and they are the wisdom of people. We insisted a lot on the relationship between places and people, and the truth and the authenticity of the human in places, in defining what is cultural and what is creative, and the way in which these two terms can contribute to the way in which we can better live together. And we also repeated several times that we live in a technological world, and we have to find a way of bringing the two together. How can we make sense of culture and creativity in a technological world? And this is something that Martin Heidegger was asking more than 50 years, 60 years ago. And this is why I think we can rephrase the question: how can we reveal the wisdom of culture, creativity, place, and people through technology? I think this is a fundamental question that will accompany us. It is defining our life in the present, and it will accompany us in the future as well. How can we extract, how can we value, how can we celebrate and reflect the truthfulness of culture and creativity through technology? Is there potentially a conflict between the wisdom of place and people and technology? According to Heidegger, there is a conflict that we need to address and unravel. And in order to express this friction, but also its possible solution, Heidegger came up with two ways in which technology can help us and does something to our lives in our contemporary society. Technology can bring forth or challenge forth. Technology can be used to reveal in two ways. Technology is revealing. Technology makes visible something, but in two fundamentally different ways. One is the one that Heidegger calls the bringing forth, and the other one is the challenging forth. And I will organize my next few minutes around these two notions and the consequences they have, because they differ. They differ in the type of angle that they take and the type of phenomena they describe, the way in which they describe them, and the type of social consequences they have. When we talk about bringing forth technology, the technology that brings forth is technology that reveals it, but it reveals something, and in a way that refers back to something that Filippo just mentioned, without mentioning the term, but he mentioned this idea of poiesis, the ability of the arts, the ability of the artist as a maker, of the poet as a maker, because let's remember that the word poiesis, which we now typically in our modern languages refer or identify a root, especially in the notion of poetry. But poiesis is not just poetry. Poiesis is the making of things. So a poet is a maker. Someone with a poetry is a maker. So this making, this extracting out of obscurity, something that is obscure, invisible, through poiesis, we can make it visible. And the artistic action, the act of the creative person, of the cultural operators, is essentially poetic in that sense. And in this poiesis, in this use of the poetic act, we capture the truth. The other notion that Heidegger mobilizes is the notion of aletheia, is the notion of truth. We capture truth, we grasp the essence of what we are, or of the world in which we are authentic, and we make the others become authentic by being poetic and capturing the truth. So for instance, the examples he makes are those examples that we often see in inspirational videos about culture and creativity. The blossoming of flowers, the coming out of a butterfly from a cocoon, the plummeting of a waterfall, all these images that are thought to be inspirational, they are precisely because they are poetic. And we use a lot of those images when we want to inspire ourselves. So we know what it is. We know what it is when we see it. We see poiesis because we mobilize those images. But this is, and this is what Heidegger warns us against, this is what modern technology, our technology, the technologies of our days cannot do. It does something else. Rather than bringing forth, it challenges forth. And what does it mean to challenge forth? Rather than bringing out from obscurity through poiesis, challenges forth boxes, challenges forth frames. So nature and societies and humans within societies and the wisdom of places in a challenging forth technological attitude are mostly seen as means toward an end, rather than the essence of what they are, rather than their essential manifestation. Things exist, concepts exist, we exist to the extent that we are useful for something, to the extent that we can be mobilized to produce a result. We don't exist, we don't make sense as such as us in time and space. We make sense only if we can be mobilized as instruments to an end. And how do we do that? Linguistically, we do that by enframing. We do that by boxing the word into objects, categories, events, notions. This is what my discipline does. This is why management is so powerful, because it is essentially a challenging forth technology. We construct models, we construct business models, we construct ideas, we box those ideas, we sell those ideas. No, we advise politicians on those ideas, and then the politicians, they make their plans, and then the plans becomes European projects, European programs, and then we implement them, and we do our projects according to this script, according to these categories that we have boxed. Heidegger tells us this is a risk. The risk is the one of following, of repeating the boxes and being unable to capture the essence. What this way of understanding technology reveals is not so much the essence, it reveals us humans as standing reserve. This is something that we've seen a lot recently in the cultural and creative field. Standing reserves happens when we as humans, when we as creative and cultural operators are not seen as good as such, as individuals. We are seen as something good for something. When we are mobilized into a mechanism of production, when it is not our essence but our usefulness that is underlined and celebrated in a way. For instance, in the CCI, we could say that a designer is a standing reserve, ready to be used when she and her worth is defined not so much by what she is, but by what she can produce for the cultural and creative industries. So boxing culture and creativity, in my view and in Martin's view, is not a good way to do what we propose to do in our document, to do what we learned from INDUCCI and other projects in the cultural and creative industries. So to conclude, what do we need? According to Martin and myself, we need more poiesis. We need more of what we just heard in the last deep talk. We can reveal more about the wisdom of place and people, first of all, by refraining from the excessive use of framing, of boxing, of categorization, and adopting a more poetic view, a more poetic stance, by focusing on the authenticity, the actual essence of what is in front of us, the actual essence of what culture and creativity is, rather than on the utility that it can have. This would be my advice. This would be my way of wrapping up what we understood, what I understood, what I think we collectively sensed, because this is a matter of sensing and being proud of what we sense, and maybe distancing ourselves from this constant necessity to attribute names and labels and make those names and labels products and productivity. Let's go back to poiesis. Let's go back to what we are.
Whoa, thanks a lot for this wrap-up, Professor Panazzo. Thanks a lot. Heidegger, it used to be our former Prime Minister was fan from Heidegger. What I liked about the wrap-up, not about our Prime Minister, but what I liked about the wrap-up, it's the philosophy and the technical world, and we boxed our ideas too much, and we need more poiesis. Let's end up today with this. We need more poiesis. So, dear friends, this is it. This is the end. This is the end of our final conference of INDUCCI, more than colors into grey. First, I want to thank all the speakers, the moderators, and the panelists, because you made it possible for us to organize this conference. On the other hand, I want to thank all participants, the participants here at the venue, but also the participants at home who are following it on the live stream. Because without participants, I think you don't have a conference. So we are at the end, but one more thing. Last but not least, I want to thank and then call on stage two persons who made it possible for 3 years working on this project. 3 years, content-wise, practical, juridical, financial. Those two persons made the project working. Carsten Debes and Olaf Kretzel. Please come on the stage. Please, yeah. You don't have speakers, so you can't say anything. That makes it easy. But we are in Belgium, and in Belgium we have two kinds of presents. We have chocolates and we have beers. But we choose for the beers. Here you go. And it's Kompel. It's a nickname. It's a positive nickname for a miner. And it's also, the beer is brewed in the neighborhood of our steering committee tomorrow. So it's a Maasmechelen, it's brewed by CCI. So I think it's a present that's nice to the project, and thank you very much for those 3 years. Thank you. So, thank you. This is the end. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for watching us. We have one more question. It's to fill out the survey. I think there, yes, here it is. To fill out the survey, you can find it on this link, but we will, for sure, we will send it later this evening or tomorrow in the morning. We will send out an email with the link, and please fill out this survey. Thank you very much, and hope to see you in the next project. Bye.